guys, how is everybody? Hi Quake Earth. Hey Great Highland. Y'all, the power in my whole block went out earlier. Like literally, I was just sitting here. Me and Trey were about to turn the game on, and all of a sudden, the whole house just shut off. And I was like, what is going on? I was in utter shock. I was like, what the hell is happening? YouTube, y'all might have to like refresh the stream maybe. Y'all might have to refresh the stream over on YouTube because I know it was lagging because I didn't have no sense and I decided to download a game as the stream was running. So YouTube, y'all might need to refresh. But Resident Evil Revelations 2 is going to be ready in 9 minutes. But I guess we can just sit here and chill until then. How's everybody's day going? Our whole block was, I think maybe the whole city, its power went out for some reason. I don't know what happened. Like, I really don't. Y'all, I need to add some music here. Hold on. How can I add some music? No. Add. Hey, Glitch. Glitch, the whole street, I think the whole city was out. I don't know what happened. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow, but the whole city was out. Yeah, I know, right? I walked to go get some laundry detergent. Oh, y'all heard that. So we're going to be playing a little bit of Resident Evil Revelations 2, and then we're probably just going to be watching some spooky stories. Y'all know we like to watch our spooky stories. I was about to actually play. So Misao had an HD update. And if you already have the game, you automatically got the HD update. So I was almost about to play that. Game capture, come on. Hello, can you not hear me? Can you not hear me, Glitch? Am I gone? Was I gone for a second? My OBS didn't say anything. Oh, here we go. Oh, I stopped talking. Yeah, I did stop talking. Yeah, that was on purpose. Oh, thanks for the follow, Yoda.
Yoda Rocks is 1_ just followed. Welcome to the Suizthino dimension.
Why is this acting like I've never played this game before? Wait, this still has weekly challenges? Interesting. I am not in my Valorant era anymore. Hi, Opus. Oh, you switching platforms? Fun. I guess. Did I like playing as Gina? I think I did. Oh, she got other costumes. Oh, yes. She could be Rachel. What's everyone else's other costume? Oh, he doesn't have another costume. Not another costume. Claire has another costume. Not Cowgirl Claire. Oh, well, we can dig it. Well, we're gonna have to unlock her some more stuff. It's a daily mission. Normal. I don't even know what the daily mission is. Got a full 9 hours yesterday. Just woke up. Ooh. Oh, you just woke up super early. That's cool. That's always cool. I don't know what I'm doing here. Come on, Cowgirl Claire. Yeehaw. Should I throw it? Gotcha. You been cleaning since you ended stream? Gotcha. That'll teach him. That'll teach him to misbehave. Need the area key. Where could it be? Oh. Stay back, you monster. Oh, oh, I got the key. Oh, I could use that. I hear zombies. Hi. Ew. Get off me. Where'd you come from? How do I use it? Trying to see how you, what have y'all been saying? I'm getting paid? What are y'all talking about? Y'all having a whole conversation. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot I had this. Oh. Nope, not me missing. First of all, no. No. Oh, there we go. That's how we heal. Hi, Ty Star Blue. How are you? You having fun playing Final Fantasy? How is it? Let me hop on through here. Come on, freeze them. Oh. You didn't do your freaking job. Now you got me looking stupid. You were doing okay. Finished the game late last week. Moving on to Sims 4 project. Ooh. I'm glad you were able to make it too, Ty. Ooh, is the Sims 4 gonna have the characters from your original story? That's gonna be exciting if it does. Yoda said your dinner has ham in it. Do you not like ham, Yoda? I'm probably way too late in that conversation. I'm probably butting in way too late to that conversation. How long is Final Fantasy 16? Because it looks like you got through that pretty quickly. Looks like you got through that pretty quickly. Claire, your booty cheeks hanging out. Wesker need another costume. I want to see Wesker's booty cheeks. But she got another skill. She don't have no active. Okay, she got passive skills, but she don't have no active skills? We'll go with Gina dead self. It's about, yep, you're building a non-canon house for them right now. Ooh. Final Fantasy 16 is about 30 something hours. That's a little on the short side for a Final Fantasy, isn't it? That's not that long. Hi, Alonzo. How are you? You're a new subscriber. Thank you. Select characters only. We have to use Barry. Whatever. Okay, well, let's do Barry. That's just the main story, though. I did side quests and grinding off camera. You're doing good. Thank you, Alonzo. I'm glad you love the content. You said, oh, she died. Oh yeah, the girl I was just playing as, she not the girl in the skirt. She died in the main campaign. Oh. I need to switch guns. I thought, oh, can I sprint? Why they built like that? Like they go to the gym. Oh. Oh, hell no. Oh, bro. Oh. Come on. Oh, you're so disgusting. Is Chris's sailor outfit in this game too? You know what? I don't know. I hope it is, because I want to wear it. It needs to be if it's not. LLL. Holy Kalita. Oh, crap. Whoa. You're stuffing your face? What is that? Hold on, I'm trying to see what all y'all are saying because this monster got me on edge. Uh, you hope so too. Yeah, I really hope his sailor outfit's here. So glad you caught the stream. Love your content. Oh, thank you, Acre. How are you? You love the Claire Cowgirl outfit. She looks good. She does look good. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. I don't have the bullets. There's got to be some bullets up here or something. This is an area from Resident Evil 5, yes. I mean, not 5, but 6. This area from Resident Evil 6. Oh, crap. Come on. Blast this guy. Come on. Oh. No, 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 no. No, no. Oh. Oh, crap. Oh. I don't think I'm going to survive this. Resident Evil 6 co-op. Yes. Resident Evil 6 is so fun co-op. Oh, crap. Get these things away from me. No, 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 no. Don't you do it. Oh. Holy crap, holy crap. Those divas can really take it. That's, yeah, they are taking all these bullets. And now I'm out. I don't know how to get more. Okay. There's 27 enemies. I've only taken care of 18. Oh, I was trying to. Oh, I can revive. Ooh, with more bullets? I want to stab you. Gotcha. Really? That was it. That was it. Me when I'm the demon. Yoda. Not me boot scooting. Not me boot scooting. I need to level up all these characters. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Alonzo. We did it. Weapon upgrade. We got so much freaking money. Claire. Yeah, we should go back to Claire. For some reason, that mission made me play as Barry. I was like, I don't want to play as Barry. Recommended level 40. My level is not 40. We do need Sailor Chris. Let's do this one. Yoda said, I'm trying to be like Ken when I grow up. I am probably no different from the average other guy. Come on. Oh, we're protecting this? Okay. You made me waste a bullet. Bastard. Yoda said that's not true. Okay. Get off, get off, get off, get off. Stab. Monsters. Girl, you didn't have that thing reloaded. Get this dog. Get the dog. Stop it. Bad doggy. Bad doggy, no brownie. Oh. Stop it. Monsters. Says she's serving kind. Claire is always serving. She doesn't get enough recognition. Not me missing. Stop missing. Oops. Stop it. So yeah, you're right. She always said, "Oh, you're gold," and I'm out of bullets. Oh, you missed. I am so. Now I have all this other ammo though. How embarrassing. Stop it. Oh. Now I'm bleeding. Oh. Oh, I can throw this. Must stab in the back. Y'all know I ain't got no sense. Oh. I have no more revives left. I didn't even want to do that mission anyway. But at least I got some skill points. Okay, let's do another one. I don't like that one. I ran out of all my bullets. I need to equip them with more ammunition. That's what my problem is.
Mission failed. Sorry, darling.
Shut your ass up. Okay, so we are going to, Can we? Oh, is that the level she needs to be? Level 15? Okay, so give her that. $13.50, $14.52. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, so that's one of the main mission. It's this one. Defeat the enemies. Recommended level 15. Okay, so no, we are not at the recommended level. Let's do this and try to get some more medallions. Let's try to get some more medallions. Okay, what we doing? What we doing? Already got enough of that ammo. You didn't have the key either. Bastard. Where are you? That was a cute little kick she did. What was that? What the? Oh. Hey, Glitch. Glitch, I love those emotes. Thought I saw some. Come on. Oops. What? Gotcha. I guess we can kill the rest. Ew. Off, you bastard. Come on. Did it. Mission cleared. Ooh. Got another medallion. That's cute. That's cute. Got a new medallion. That's cute. That's cute.
Mission complete.
Oh gosh, what's a random match gonna look like? I'm scared. Like, I am legitimately scared. How can you get my Patreon link? It is currently being reviewed to make sure it follows the terms of services, but as soon as it's in the clear, I will post a link in the community tab. Yeah, I thought I was just gonna hit a button and, you know, oh, Patreon's out. But then it was like, okay, we got to review your content. I was like, are you serious? Oh, we can't respawn here. Protect the target. So I guess we try this one again. But I do have the uncensored video of Chronicles of Lancelot over there ready to go. And when I tell y'all they was doing a lot in that video, they were doing a lot. I was like, oh my gosh. I was honestly surprised I was able to edit it down for YouTube and the video still came out interesting. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Does a dog have to freaking roll all over the place? Right in the penis. Right in the penis. Oh, bastard. Oh my gosh. Shoot him, shoot him. Oh, oh. Kill it. Kill that nasty thing. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Come on. You made me waste a bullet. Oh shit. Come on. Okay. Let's get you. Now, y'all did not see me do that. Y'all did not see me press the wrong button. Oh shit. Oh shoot. Now I'm bleeding, now I'm bleeding, now I'm bleeding. Come on, there's gotta be some more ammo somewhere. Come on, there's gotta be some more ammo. Girl, I know you cold with your booty cheeks hanging out. Like, I know you are cold. Freezing, I'm sure. Geez, just no more ammo. Oh. Oh. I was trying to see if I could dodge and make them hit each other, but my plan didn't work. Ooh. Okay. Come on. Oh, oh, girl. Not dodge into the snow. Come on. Oh, wrong. Oh, I got 6. Whoa. Shoot. Oh, I did it somehow. Somehow I did it. Don't know how I did it, but I did it. Level 5. Level 5. Go. Woo, woo, woo.
Mission complete.
Oh, we can have another passive skill. Increase herb storage capacity. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Let's see what this one is. Come on. Come on. Get the nitrogen. You bitch. Gotta get them all. Oops. Oh. Well, that was gross. Oh. Oh. Zombies. Where's the rest? Huh. Oh. That was all of them. Claire Kit.
Mission complete.
Mission complete. Main menu. Do I still have multiverses on here? Well, I would be tempted to hold on. I would be tempted to buy something anyway, so I probably shouldn't even turn that on. Okay. So we are going to switch over to watch some spoopy stories. Ooh. That's what I like to do when I'm just trying to chill out or whatever. And these videos are on YouTube, so they are completely safe to watch. Oh, by the way, I put in a request on Keymailer to play the new Silent Hill 2 remake. I don't know if they're actually going to send me one. I highly doubt it. But a request was put in nonetheless. So we're going to switch back over. Let me change this to just chatting or Twitch. Just chatting. Okay. What looks like it would be a good one? Duncan. Let's try this one.
I've talked to women about their most sensitive medical
Girl.
choices. Ryan McKenzie has voted for an
I was just looking for a quick snack run that night. The exams were killing me, and I needed a short break, so I went to the nearby convenience store. The fluorescent lights flickered slightly as I walked down the aisles, my cart rattling with the basics: instant noodles, a few energy drinks, and gums. I turned into the chips aisle, scanning for my favorite, Pringles. That's when I saw the crazy girl. She
The
stood
crazy
there,
girl.
disheveled and jittery, her hair a tangled mess, wearing a skimpy, worn-out one piece. Her eyes were wide, almost manic, darting around from left to right. She was muttering to herself, a strange, repetitive chant.
Gotta get some Pringles. Gotta get some Pringles. Gotta get some Pringles.
That's her
She
chant.
said it over and over, her voice rising and falling in pitch, sometimes whispering, sometimes nearly shouting. I tried to ignore her, but it was hard not to feel uneasy. Her presence was unsettling.
I would have
a
left.
sense of crazy shooting from her. I cautiously reached for a can of Pringles, thinking maybe it would calm her down if she saw that I wasn't interested in taking all of them. As soon as my fingers wrapped around the can, her eyes locked onto mine. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Her chant stopped abruptly, and silence filled the aisle. Seconds passed, and then dread set in when I realized that she wasn't even blinking. Then she lunged at me,
Oh,
her
hell
hands
no.
clawing at my face. I stumbled back. The Pringles can flew from my hands. She screeched, a sound that was more animal than human, and then dug her nails across my cheek, drawing blood. I don't know what had happened, but I was just paralyzed by her sudden outburst. I grabbed a nearby shelf, trying to steady myself, but she was relentless. What the hell? Get off me! I tried to push her away, but she was stronger than she looked. She grabbed a bag of chips and swung it at my head.
Oh.
The bag burst open, chips flying everywhere. But she didn't stop and started throwing more. She grabbed another and another, pummeling me with each one. I was still confused as what to do. The aisle was deserted as well, so there was no one around. In a desperate attempt to defend myself, I grabbed a jar of salsa from the
Oh
shelf
my
and
gosh.
smashed it against her
Oh.
hands. She screamed in pain, but she didn't back down. She picked up a metal shelf bracket that
shit.
had fallen loose and swung it at
Oh.
me. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as it connected, and I knew I was bleeding. Help! Someone help! I backed up against the shelves, looking for anything I could use to defend myself. My hand found a can of soup, and I hurled it at her. It hit her square in the chest, knocking her back just enough for me to make a run for it.
Wow.
I stumbled down the aisle, my vision blurry, blood dripping from my arm and face. I could hear her behind me, her footsteps erratic, her voice a high-pitched wail.
Gotta get some Pringles!
I turned a corner, nearly slipping on the tiled floor. Ahead of me, I saw the store security guard rushing towards us. His face a mix of confusion and determination. He tackled her just as she was about to reach me, bringing her down to the floor. She fought him, screaming and thrashing, but he managed to pin her down. It's okay, I got her. Two store boys also came running in and helped in pinning the woman down.
What
She
in
screamed
the...
at the top of her lungs, shaking her body and tossing all over the floor. I collapsed against a shelf, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My entire body ached, and I could feel the warm trickle of blood down my face and arm. Other shoppers had gathered, their eyes wide with shock. The police arrived quickly, and paramedics soon followed. They took her away in cuffs, while she still screamed the same thing.
Gotta get some Pringles!
As they patched me up, I could hear the murmurs around me, people speculating about who she was and why she'd attacked me. I don't understand. She just snapped. The next morning, it was all over the news. They described her as a local drug addict with a history of mental illness. She was apparently under the influence and hadn't eaten in 3 days. In her high, she had entered the store and got lost between the aisles, just remembering to eat Pringles. Gotta tell you the truth, lots of crazies around in the world right now.
We already know that. That's
My
not
friends and I were
news.
obsessed with the occult back in school. We spent countless nights hunched over dusty books of satanic cults we could get our hands on the web, seeking the thrill. It was Jimmy who discovered the bizarre fact about the founder of Pringles, whose ashes were buried in a Pringles can.
What?
Us kids trying to avoid homework sounded like the perfect setup for a seance. One Friday night, we gathered in Jimmy's basement when his parents were out. The place was dimly lit by flickering candles, the air thick with the scent of incense. An old Ouija board lay on the floor between us, next to a can of Pringles. The ritual was Jimmy's idea. He claimed he found it in an ancient grimoire online. We each took turns eating a Pringle, then placed the can in the center of our circle. We joined hands, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Spirits of the beyond, we summon thee. We seek the spirit of Frederick Bauer, creator of Pringles.
Oh my
Reveal
goodness.
yourself to us. His voice echoed through the basement. For a moment, nothing happened. We had tried these online rituals before, and they were usually a hogwash. But just as I was about to laugh it off, a chill ran down my spine. The candle flames flickered violently, casting twisted shadows on the wall. Frederick Bauer, show yourself!
Oh my
The
goodness.
Ouija board's planchette began to move, spelling out words we couldn't understand. The temperature suddenly dropped, and a low, guttural growl filled the room. Suddenly, the Pringles can toppled over, rolling towards me as if pushed by an unseen hand. Guys, this doesn't feel right. Before I could finish, the lights went out. The basement was plunged into darkness. The only sound, our panicked breathing. Then, the haunting began. The first instance was subtle. We heard whispers, incomprehensible and eerie, echoing through the basement. At first, we thought it was just our imaginations, but when the whispers turned into wailing of a woman, we knew something was horribly wrong.
No, ma'am.
End this now.
He tried to close the seance, but the Ouija board wouldn't cooperate. The planchette moved on its own, spelling out no over and over. Suddenly, Jimmy was thrown across the room, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. He groaned, struggling to stand. As we ran for the door, the basement door slammed shut.
Oh, no.
An invisible force yanked at my hair, pulling me all the way down the stairs, back
Ooh.
into the basement. I screamed, clawing at the air, but there was nothing to fight against. Jimmy and Sarah grabbed me, pulling me back, but the force was relentless. My scalp burned as clumps of hair were ripped out. Suddenly, Sarah's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, bones cracking under the pressure of an unseen grip. She cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. We watched in horror as dark bruises formed on her skin. "We need to get out of here!" We scrambled towards the basement door again, but it wouldn't budge. The candles reignited on their own, their flames turning blue. Slowly, we saw 4 to 5 shadows walking across and slowly merging into a dark, humanoid figure, its eyes glowing white. It lunged at us, passing through Jimmy's body. He convulsed, his eyes rolling back as the spirit seemed to possess him. "You cannot escape." His voice was a horrible blend of his and the spirit's, deep and distorted. He grabbed Sarah by the throat, lifting her off the ground. I tackled him, breaking his grip, but the spirit was still inside him, fighting back with inhuman strength. In the chaos, Sarah found a discarded crucifix among the occult items. She held it up, chanting a prayer through sobs. Strangely, it worked. The spirit recoiled, and Jimmy collapsed, the dark figure coming out and dissipating into the air. The 3 of us rushed to the door again, and this time it opened. We managed to drag Jimmy to his dad's car, tying him to the seat with the seatbelt. Something told us that it wasn't safe to be in the house. Jimmy was still thrashing and screaming, the spirit's influence still lingering, but he finally calmed down after some time. Exhausted and terrified,
What on earth?
we slumped in the car. None of us even knew how to drive, and we didn't think any neighbors would believe us, so we just kept to ourselves. The 3 of us got some sleep till Jimmy's
I
dad
thought her
knocked
arm
on
was
the
broke
window
up.
to wake us up early next morning. We got out and dropped some excuse, but Sarah glanced at the back seat and froze. The can of Pringles from our ceremony was lying there.
You've got to be kidding.
I'd been into the industry as a model for about 2 years.
Oh,
and didn't
here we
really have
go.
many friends. I had few work friends, or the ones I would meet on shoots after
Her
months.
sleeve is messed
Since I-
up. Oop.
I'm an introvert.
Virtus Opus. I have questions, but for the sake of the story, that was fun. Yeah, I was like, isn't her arm like destroyed? Like her arm was broken all the way up, and then she just acted like it wasn't broke. Unless it was like some kind of like it situation.
I find it especially hard. So when
Josephine.
Josephine invited me for a road trip with her modeling friends, I said yes. Josephine was one of the hottest things in the industry.
Ooh, who that man
Up
to
there
the
as a
left?
late-night show host, hooking up with millionaires, posh brands. She had it all. Of course, I wanted to be friends with her. She picked me along with her friend Melanie and Claire, and we left for a road trip to Joshua Tree.
Hi
to
there,
escape the
Bogya.
mundane and indulge in magic mushrooms.
I hope I
We
said
only
your
stopped
name
once
right.
to fill
I probably
gas.
said it so
I bought a
wrong.
can of Pringles and some beer before we were on our way. After only about an hour of reaching Joshua Tree, we started tripping. Beyond
Oh,
the initial
no.
euphoria, the world around me suddenly morphed into a kaleidoscope.
Not they
of
started
vibrant
tripping.
colors and shapes.
Oh no, someone on
Everything was
YouTube,
magical.
Virtus.
My hands were suddenly fluffier. Melanie's voice suddenly
'Cause I'm
started sounding
multi-streaming.
like that of a man, and Josephine's eyes went red while she started swinging her body like a pendulum while standing. It was fun. until the munchies hit us like a freight train.
Not the munchies.
Josephine rummaged through our supplies only to discover that our snacks were missing. We looked as well, but all that I could see were vibrant red skies and waves in the distance, which were getting bigger. Panic set in as we realized that the only thing left was a single can of Pringles in the car. It wasn't enough.
Josephine, where did you put the snacks?
Josephine's eyes widened, her pupils dilated. She stared at me blankly, and I could see her grip on reality slipping.
I thought you had them, Adele.
A wave of annoyance surged through me. My voice took on an accusatory edge.
You were in charge of the snacks.
The tension in the air thickened. Melanie and Claire sat quietly, their eyes darting between Josephine and me, sensing the brewing storm.
You were in charge of the
Josephine's
snacks.
face twisted in a mix of hallucinations and anger. The drugs had heightened all of our emotions, and I could see Josephine's mental stability teetering on the edge.
Don't blame this on me.
Hey, Ty Star, welcome
You're
back.
So perfect. Adele,
Yeah.
So damn perfect. What are you even talking about? They're picking you for the Gucci campaign, bitch. Tony thinks I lost the X Factor. Can you imagine? Dropping me, a literal legend, for you. Bitch, you can't even model.
Before I could react, she suddenly lunged at me. She snatched the can of Pringles, her eyes wild, and started bashing it against my head. I fell to the ground, dazed.
Get off me, you lunatic!
The desert spun around me, my vision blurring. I could hear Melanie and Claire shouting, but their voices seemed distant, like echoes in a canyon. Josephine continued her assault, her hands clawing at my face. I felt her nails dig into my skin, ripping and tearing. Blood ran down my cheeks, mixing with my tears.
Stop! Josephine, please!
But she was lost in her own world, her actions fueled by a dangerous mix of drugs and latent
Okay,
rage.
this guy,
As I
this took a
struggled,
turn.
the world shifted. My hallucinations morphed Josephine's face into that of a Pringles mascot, a twisted
Oh God. Oh, hi, Ty. Now we're watching scary stories on YouTube. Now we were playing Resident Evil, but now we're winding down with spooky stories. And this one seemed to have taken a turn.
caricature grinning down at me with malevolent glee.
No, this isn't real.
But the pain was real. The terror was real. I fought back, trying to push her off, but she was relentless. She grabbed a rock, raising it high above her head. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. In a surge of adrenaline, Melanie and Claire managed to pull her off me. I gasped for air, my body trembling. They dragged her to the car, shoving her inside. Josephine screamed and thrashed, but they managed to tie her to the seatbelt, securing her in place.
Adele? Are you okay?
Said everybody was
I
cool with the
nodded
weed,
weakly. My
but sis
head
had to do too
throbbing,
much.
My vision still hazy. Blood dripped from the wounds on my face.
We need to wait until she calms down.
We sat in silence, the only sound Josephine's ragged breathing and the distant call of coyotes. Slowly, the effects of the drugs began to wear off. Josephine slumped in the seat.
The mushrooms must have triggered something in her. We need to get help.
The
Oh, she
desert,
did
which had seemed
shrooms.
so enchanting hours before, now felt ominous and foreboding. I knew that I had to see a doctor soon, praying that Josephine's attack wouldn't leave scarring on my face. That is when my eyes fell on the seat next to Josephine. There, partially hidden under a blanket, was the bag of snacks we had been searching for. A tear escaped my eye as I got in the car and we left.
Wow, the snacks are right there. The snacks are right there.
For as long as I can remember, I've encountered
Not the Family Guy animation. I'm trying to see. KFC. I haven't eaten a KFC in forever. McDonald's. Lost phone. Secret room. Let's see.
I'm
Secret
Millie,
room.
a content creator, coach, and business owner. If I had to start my business from zero, I would have focused on
When Haley and I bought the old Victorian house on Maple Street, we
Birdie
felt
said,
like
"No,
we'd
bitch, I'm
stumbled upon
not."
a hidden gem. The house had character, large bay windows, ornate woodwork, and a sweeping staircase that creaked with history. It was everything we wanted, despite needing some renovation. Our cat, Shadow, a sleek black feline with piercing green eyes, took to the house immediately. He darted around the place as if he had discovered his own kingdom, but that changed after our first big renovation project. We were tearing down a wall to create a more open living space when I noticed something odd. Behind a section of drywall,
You're not the
under
biggest fan of KFC.
staircase,
I'm not
there was a
either.
hollow sound. Haley, come check this out.
What is it?
I think there's something
Like
behind
their
this wall.
chicken tastes
A
like
few more
it's been
swings to the
injected with
sledgehammer
steroids.
revealed a small door, hidden and forgotten. Haley and I exchanged excited glances.
And I'm aware
pulled
that a
over.
lot of places
The air
inject
that
the
escaped
chicken
was
with
stale,
steroids, but
carrying
KFC,
with
you
it
can
the
it's
scent
like you
of
can
damp
taste the
wood and
steroids.
something else, something metallic. Wow, it's a
First
storage room.
restaurant you saw in Kentucky
Inside, the room was
was the
cramped,
KFC.
barely large enough for an adult to stand up straight. Dust-covered shelves lined the walls, filled with old, forgotten trinkets. But what caught my eye was in the center of the room. Handcuffs, chained to the floor. An icy chill ran down my spine
Not
as
a
I stared
dungeon.
at them.
What the hell? Why would anyone need handcuffs down here?
We left the room quickly, deciding to clean it out another day. But Shadow had other ideas. He began acting strangely around the area, hissing and arching his back whenever he got too close to the hidden door. That night, strange noises echoed through the halls. Soft whispers, like distant conversations, would drift through the rooms, sending shivers down my spine. As I lay in bed, I heard a faint tapping. I got up, following the sound down the staircase. The hidden door was open. My heart pounded in my chest. I vividly remembered closing it. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to close it and run, but I didn't. I stepped inside. The air was suddenly freezing as soon as I stepped inside. The hair on my arms stood on end. And then, the handcuffs rattled slightly, as if tugged by an invisible force. I bolted out of the room and slammed the door shut.
As would I.
The next day, I decided to set up a camera facing the hidden door. Haley thought I was overreacting.
Girl.
I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Just humor me, please. I need to know if there's something there.
All right. If it'll help you sleep.
I watched the footage.
Hey, look at her. She's sleeping
religiously,
good.
but for the first few nights, there was nothing unusual. Shadow continued his erratic behavior, walking up to that room and setting guard outside. Ever so often, he would make hissing sounds. Then, on the fifth night, the footage changed. The camera picked up Shadow pacing nervously in front of the hidden door. He meowed frantically, and then the door creaked open by itself. My breath caught in my throat as I watched a hand, a pale, skeletal hand, appear from thin air, clutching the handcuffs and yanking them violently. The chains rattled, and the hand vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Oh my God. Haley, you need to see this. I showed her the footage. Her face went pale as well. I had no answers, only a growing sense of dread. The house no longer felt like a home, but a prison of shadows and secrets. I knew we had to uncover the truth behind the hidden room,
Or
before
leave.
it consumed us entirely. I was not ready to move again since I had already sunk a lot of money into this place. Haley went around the neighborhood and spoke to people about the house's history. When that didn't give results, she spent hours at the local library, poring over old records. That is when she got answers from the old librarian.
Do you remember anyone talking about strange occurrences at the old Victorian on Maple Street?
Oh, that house has a bit of a dark past. It was owned by a man named Jacob Thorne in the late 1800s. Rumor has it he wasn't quite right in the head.
What do you mean?
They say he was a recluse, obsessed with occult practices.
Hey, Trey.
Whispered that he kept people in
Hey,
prison.
guys, let's give Trey a shout out. Yes, Trey, I survived the power outage. The whole city was out. It was crazy. I walked down the street and the street, the stoplights, the traffic lights, everything were out. Then I went to the plaza. All the stores were pitch black. I was like, the whole city is out.
Yeah, sure the fuck did, nigga. Don't put your hands on
Oh.
me. I'll be poking at you until you leave me alone.
Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
This is Sims 2, correct?
Johnny, show Vince that he can't treat you like that. Nah, nigga, beat his ass. Beat his ass, man. Beat his ass. You got too many dogs. Beat his ass, man. Beat his ass. No, don't cry. Go ahead and beat his ass.
Oh.
Shit, the girls are fighting too. Ah, shit. Don't fight, baby. Look, hug it out. Matter of fact, get his ass.
Oh.
Naomi. Come on, Vince. Oh, double beat your ass. Naomi beat your ass. Naomi beat your ass, Samantha.
Oh.
What about it? What about it, sis? What about it? Now don't play with me no more. Yeah, get your ass beat. Yeah, baby, come give me a kiss.
Now, that's one thing about me. I can watch some Sims content all day long. I just cannot play The Sims myself. My Sims go way too crazy. It becomes so much of a mess. Like, I can't even my Sims can't even get storylines because they get so crazy. Ty switched over to Twitch. Hey, Ty, welcome to the Twitch side. I never know which is better to watch on Twitch or YouTube, honestly.
Isn't in his house.
Oh, Ty, do you stream on Twitch? Let me see. Because I can shout people out. Say.
And then it's going to go, and then we have a utility piece here that's going to go. Okay, maybe we can't do a heartline roll. Maybe it's going to be an inline twist.
Oh, is this Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Let's try an inline twist instead. So let's switch over to an inline twist. So it's going to inline twist to the left.
Planet Coaster.
Have a utility piece like that. So that way, and then we need to make sure that we do our inline twist.
I kind of wanted to get that new like carnival building game, but the reviews were so bad.
But that's just a local legend, of course.
So that clip is like
pieces
at least
fit
2 years
together,
old.
But they painted a grim picture. Jacob Thorne, the occult practices, the hidden room with handcuffs. It all pointed to something sinister. Despite our fear, we decided to get rid of the handcuffs. Armed with a flashlight and a crowbar, I pried open the door. The air inside was even colder than before, the metallic scent stronger. Haley stayed back, her face pale with fear. Shadow hissed from outside. I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The handcuffs lay on the floor, untouched but ominous. As I reached out to touch them, a sudden force yanked them from my grasp, sending me sprawling. Haley, get out of here! But before she could react, the door slammed shut. Darkness enveloped me, the temperature dropping rapidly. Whispers filled the air, growing louder and more frantic. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam flickering as if struggling against the malevolent presence. Who's there? Get out! This is my house now! You don't belong here! That is when I saw it in the low light emanating from the flashlight. Emerged from the thin air. A black man with a translucent body, eyes pale as ivory, and his hand tied to the handcuff. It was faint at first, but grew more solid, clearly visible to my eyes for some time. It didn't seem to sense me, but I could gather that the spirit was in pain.
Oh.
Growled slowly in an otherworldly noise, which got heavier and louder. Soon, the space around me began vibrating, shaking violently. Haley banged on the closed door from outside and yelled my name. I was paralyzed, but I knew that what I was about to do was right.
Oh, we can still
With
play today, Trey.
determination, I grabbed the crowbar and swung it at the handcuffs. They resisted at first, as if protected by some unseen force. With each strike, the cries of the black man's spirit grew louder, more frantic. I soon realized that I couldn't break the chains like that. So, instead, I started hitting the old times around it. They started developing cracks, and with a few more strikes, the tiles broke, releasing the chain. The moment they broke, a deafening scream filled the house. The figure suddenly stood still. No noise, no movement, as if looking at me with his pale eyes. And then he let out a dying wail before dissolving into a mist, the cold air dissipating. The door swung open and Haley ran in to hug me. The chains dissolved into the air as well. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a serene silence. Shadow appeared, rubbing against our legs, his behavior back to normal, and he started licking my leg. It's over. We did it.
The poor soul. Thank God it's finally free.
We agreed to fill in the storage space forever, knowing that some secrets are better left buried. As we settled into our now peaceful home, we felt a sense of closure. The house on Maple Street still had its history, but we had put one of its darkest chapters to rest.
Mm-mm-mm.
Welcome to Rules Talk. If you want to survive and one's human, you must remember these rules.
Okay, Trey.
Do not board a school bus if you see 6 tentacles coming at you.
Excuse me.
2. On rainy days, stay away from a woman holding an umbrella. If you touch her, you'll have to kill her. 3. If you see tall and thin...
All right. Avoid a school bus with tentacles. It's the fact that that had to be said is what's getting me.
When Alice and I moved into the quaint little house on Cedar Street, we thought...
Yeah, one of my friends plays Once Human.
The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of place where you could imagine raising kids and living peacefully. Boy, were we wrong. The first night, we heard them. Soft whispers drifting through the house, the kind you can almost convince yourself are just the wind. We fell into an uneasy sleep, hoping it was just new house jitters. But the next morning, we discovered something odd. The kitchen was a mess.
God damn.
Cabinets open, food scattered across the counters, and half-eaten apples left on the floor. Did you come down last night?
No. I thought you did.
We were both unnerved, but tried to laugh it off.
That ain't funny.
We cleaned up, chalking it up to some animal that might have snuck in. That night, we made sure everything was locked up tight, but the whispers returned, more insistent this time. The next morning was worse. Not only was the kitchen raided again, but there were muddy footprints of human feet leading off from the pantry. I decided it was time to set up a camera. If something or someone was sneaking into our house, we needed to know. The following morning, the kitchen was raided again. I checked the footage with trembling hands. What I saw made my blood run cold. Around 3 a.m., the pantry door creaked open, and a gaunt, disheveled man emerged. His eyes were wild, and his clothes were filthy. He moved around the kitchen, rummaging through our food with desperate, jerky movements. Alice's face turned ashen as she watched the footage.
Who is he? How did he get in?
We called the police, but they found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no clues to the man's identity. The officers suggested it might be a homeless person who somehow found a way into the house, but we knew it was more than that. We re-watched the footage that night, focusing on the pantry. There, almost hidden behind the shelves, was a small door that we had never noticed before. It led to a hidden storage path beneath the house. With a flashlight in hand, I ventured into the cramped, dark space. The air was thick and musty, and as I crawled through, I found an opening, an entrance to a tunnel dug into the earth. We were horrified. The idea that someone had been living beneath our house, sneaking in at night, was almost too much to bear. That is when I heard movements, and suddenly, this
Ooh.
skinny, weird-looking ghost of a man jumped
Hey,
before
boy
my
wonder.
flashlight. I screamed and ran up. He gave chase. As soon as I got back up to the kitchen and yelled at Alice to shut the door, he lunged at us with a feral scream. The man was stronger than he looked, driven by a madness we couldn't understand. He clawed at us, his nails digging into our skin. Alice screamed as he knocked her to the floor.
Lord.
Meanwhile, I grabbed a baseball bat and swung it with all my strength, connecting with his shoulder. Alice, get out! Call the police! But she didn't leave. She grabbed a knife from the counter and slashed at the man,
Okay, girl.
giving us a moment to gain the upper hand. We managed to wrestle him to the ground, but not before he bit into my arm. I screamed in pain. Ah! Hold him down! The man, fueled by a wild desperation, twisted free from our grip. and
I'm good,
lashed
boy
out
wonder.
with
How are you?
strength. He swung a fist at Alice, catching her on the
Oh.
cheek and sending her sprawling.
Girl,
I
you
lunged
fell
at
down
him with the
again.
bat, but he ducked this time and slammed into me, knocking me to the floor. She scrambled to her feet, brandishing the knife with trembling hands. The man eyed us both, his lips curling into a sinister grin. He jumped at me again, his fingers clawing at my face. I swung the bat, but he caught it and wrenched it from my hands, tossing it across the room. The psycho's eyes were wild, darting between us. He feigned towards Alice, then pivoted and tackled me to the ground. His hands wrapped around my throat, squeezing with terrifying force. I gasped for air, my vision blurring as I struggled beneath him.
Larry, hang on!
Alice lunged forward, slashing at the man's arm. He howled in pain and released his grip on my throat, turning his fury towards her. He backhanded her across
Oh.
the face, the force of the blow
And she
sending
fell a
her
third
crashing
time.
into the cabinets. I tried to get up, but he kicked me
Watching a
hard
show
in
on
the ribs,
Netflix.
the pain
Ooh.
exploding through my side. He turned his attention back to Alice, who was struggling to get up. He grabbed her by the hair, lifting her off the ground and slamming her into the counter. Desperation gave me strength. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, and grabbed a heavy skillet from the stove. I swung it at the psycho, catching him on the back of the head. He staggered, releasing Alice, and turned towards me with a murderous glare. He charged at me, but Alice, her face bloody and eyes blazing with determination, tackled him from the side. The three of us went down in a heap, struggling and thrashing. He clawed at Alice, tearing at her clothes and skin, but she held on, fighting with her.
Ariana Grande is inviting you and a friend to attend the premiere of Wicked. Enter the sweepstakes by checking your voter registration at headcount.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm so
Ariana.
sorry.
Don't miss your chance to see Ariana's new movie by making sure you're good to vote.
That was so random. She fought with all of Ariana Grande's inviting you.
That day I stopped dreaming, that must have been when all this actually began.
Everything she had. I managed to grab the bat again and brought it down on his leg. He screamed in pain, his grip on Alice weakening. She slashed at him again with the knife, and he rolled off her, clutching his bleeding leg.
Oh, you're watching Monsters.
We moved together, grabbing his arms and forcing him onto his stomach.
Shout out to
He
Alice to
struggled,
stay in the
kicking
fight.
and thrashing, but we
I
held
know
on,
that's right.
pinning his arms behind his back. I grabbed the belt from my pants and looped it around his wrists, pulling it tight. He let out a feral growl, bucking and writhing beneath us, but the fight was leaving him. Blood oozed from the cuts on his arms and leg. His
Ew.
movements grew weaker. Finally, he lay still, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. I grabbed the bat and slammed at his head for one last time, knocking him out immediately. We slumped to the floor, exhausted and battered. The psycho lay between us. The adrenaline began to wear off, and the pain of our injury set in. Alice's face was swollen and bruised, blood trickling from a cut on her lip. My arm throbbed where he had bitten me, and my ribs ached with every breath. Are you okay? She nodded her head before passing on the phone to me.
How did y'all let him
Sounds
beat
of
y'all up
sirens
that
filled the
bad?
air, and moments later the police burst into the house. They took the man into custody, his eyes still filled with the same wild rage as they dragged him away. Paramedics treated our injuries, and we gave our statements, recounting the nightmare we had just survived. The police found later that the man was using the hidden storage area as his drug den. He had dug a tunnel to it and used the hidden door in the kitchen to raid for food. As the police cars disappeared down the street, the reality of what had happened began.
Trey said he was strong.
We had fought for our lives and won, but the scars, both physical and emotional, would remain. I pulled Alice toward me, and we hugged, clinging on to each other as tears escaped our eyes.
That was ridiculous. Like, they was really in there fighting. Oh Lord, not gem horror stories.
Owning a KFC.
The story of the life of the murderers, brothers, Eric and Lau Mendez. That's what I thought you were talking about. I keep seeing clips of it. I'm like, I don't know what I do now. But Ryan Murphy keeps making these murderers very attractive. I'm just now, and that's another messed up thing. If you look at pictures of them, they were attractive men. And it's kind of sad because that derails like the topic at hand of what they did. Everybody's just like, oh my God, they were so fucking sexy. And so you're watching the show and you're seeing them and you're like, oh, they're like hot, you know, because they cast very attractive actors as well. So it's just, I don't know. It doesn't bother me that much, but it does get to a point where it's like, okay, these people killed people. Like when they're making stuff like this, is like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing with Evan Peters. It's like, this man murdered people. And you've made a show where people are just thirsting after. I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Franchise wasn't exactly what I dreamed of. Still, after years of scrimping and saving, it was a stepping stone, a sign of stability for my young family. The grand opening was a hit. The Colonel's secret recipe filled the air. Families poured.
The actors even meet real life brothers in prayer. Oh my goodness, I didn't know that.
I got lost in the chaos, wearing my long hours like a badge of honor in this new venture. Even though I could easily appoint someone to close up after every day shift, I still chose to do it independently. So this one late evening, as I was locking up, I noticed a shadow moving outside the kitchen windows. As I brought my face close to the window to see if someone was there, a man jumped right away from the darkness, almost giving me a heart attack. He had scruffy hair framed by wild eyes, and he stared into my soul. A shiver ran down my spine, but I brushed it off once he left abruptly. Probably some homeless junkie, I thought. Over the next few weeks, the man became a fixture, standing silently across the street. My wife, Carmel, dismissed him as harmless, but I couldn't shake a feeling of unease.
He probably wants some free food. You're worrying for no reason.
Girl.
Carmel scoffed. Then came the night that shattered my calm. As I was leaving the restaurant, a rustle in the alley.
Did we celebrate Resident Evil 3? It was the birthday and also the day when Raccoon City got infected. No, we didn't. We did play Resident Evil Revelations 2 a little bit, though.
Primal and cold, coiled in my stomach. He spoke in a raspy voice, the words sending a jolt through me. Just the bones. I only need the bones. I rushed to my car and drove away, leaving him standing there in the dark. He didn't follow me or chase me, though.
The way I would have quit my job.
With HoneyBook, you can make sure your marketing business is as polished and professional as you really are.
Girl.
Days later, reviewing the security
Just the
footage,
bones.
I noticed something unsettling. The man wasn't digging through the regular trash. He was specifically targeting the bin where we disposed of leftover chicken bones. That's when a cold dread filled me. Every night, I started locking the dumpster with a heavy-duty padlock. This change in routine seemed to anger the man. The next morning, I
Which
found a
outfit
padlock
for
in
Jill
it, like
is
someone
more
had beaten the
iconic?
crap out of it with a stone.
Her
The
Resident Evil
dumpster
1 or
was
Resident Evil 3
ransacked,
outfit?
and again, the chicken bones were gone. Panic gnawed at me. What was he
I would say her
using them
Resident Evil
for?
1.
Was he selling them on some bizarre black market? Furious and determined to stop him, I decided to take matters into my own hands. We had a small incinerator on site for disposing of
Her Resident Evil
expired
3 outfit
packages.
is cute,
The
but
following night, after closing time, I shoved a bag full of
she only
leftover
wore it
bones
that one
into the
time.
incinerator and lit it up. A triumphant
Well, I mean,
smirk
technically, she
played
only
on my
wore her
lips,
Resident Evil 1
thinking I'd
outfit that
finally
one
put
time
an
too.
end to
So
the
I don't
charade.
know. That's a
But
hard
the
one.
next morning, my KFC was in a complete mess.
Trey said I would
The
not have
back
been there the
door of
next
the
day.
restaurant was smashed in, the deep fryer overturned, with grease splattered everywhere. On the wall, in a thick red substance, possibly oil or even blood, were these chilling words: "You can't stop the offering." I called the cops and headed to the kitchen to clean up the place. As I stepped in, a dark figure loomed in the doorway. It was Edgar. Before I could react, he lunged, a guttural roar escaping his lips. We grappled in the dimly lit kitchen, the smell of burning oil and fear thick in the air. He was surprisingly strong, fueled by whatever madness drove him. In the struggle, he knocked over a metal tray, sending sizzling cooking oil flying. I felt a searing pain in my arm as the hot oil made contact. He grabbed me by the neck, but I too landed flying kicks and punches at random speed. Just as I thought I might be overpowered, the screech of sirens pierced the night. With a burst of adrenaline, I shoved him back, and right then the cops got in. The aftermath was a blur. The officers secured the scene, calling for medical attention for my burns. Edgar, cornered in the alley, offered no resistance. The police report documented the vandalism, assault, and his history, leaving no doubt Edgar would face serious charges. The most unsettling part of the entire ordeal was Edgar's crazed shouts during the struggle. Between blows, he'd scream about the offering, about how I was ruining everything. "You can't stop it. I need the bones. They grant immortality. You're ruining everything." His words echoed in my head, a chilling reminder of the depths of his delusion. But even if I didn't understand his motives, at least they were rooted in a twisted reality, not the supernatural. Shaken, but alive, I sat in the ambulance, the throbbing pain in my arm a stark reminder of the night's events. The once mundane task of taking out the trash was now laced with a new kind of fear, but it was a fear I could handle. This wasn't a haunting or a curse. It was a man driven by madness. Edgar was finally off the streets and undergoing a psychiatric evaluation. As for me, I hope I never, ever meet Edgar again.
Edgar.
The morning had started off like any other at the only KFC in our small Alabama town.
Oh,
I was
no.
behind the counter, wiping down the surfaces,
My
getting ready
hometown,
for the usual
or my
rush.
home state.
The smell of fried chicken filled the air, and the hum of the fryer was almost comforting. That was, until he walked in. The man was wearing shabby clothes covered in blood, carrying a dead hen by its neck.
I ain't
The
never
light
seen
was
no shit like that.
swinging with his jerky steps. His eyes rolled around wildly, and he muttered some things to himself, words I couldn't quite catch. Then, his eyes locked onto mine. He walked up to the counter and slammed the chicken down with a sickening thud. "Need this chicken in my burgers.
Ew.
6 burgers. And need this chicken only. This is my chicken." I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to keep my voice steady, tried to reason with him.
Sir, we can't use that chicken. We have our own.
His eyes snapped to mine, wild and furious, and I saw something dark and dangerous there. My heart raced.
Okay, sir. I'll take care of it.
I carefully took the dead hen and, trying to keep my composure, walked to the back and threw it in the dumpster.
Oh my goodness.
My friend Melissa packed 6 chicken burgers and handed them to me. He sat alone by the window, covered in blood, occasionally talking to himself. When he was leaving, he turned back to me. "She was Cynthia." For days, I couldn't shake the image of him out of my mind. I jumped at every little sound, expecting to see him again. And then he came back one evening. Same disheveled appearance, same dead bird, blood on himself. This time, he ordered 5 burgers. We threw the dead bird out and gave Hai his burgers, which he ate alone while talking to himself. Before he left, he looked at me with those same wild eyes. She was Rachel. 2 weeks passed and he showed up again, ordering 4 burgers this time. The pattern was unmistakable and it terrified me. He sat, eating slowly, and then left, saying, she was Pauline. Curiosity and fear gnawed at me. I needed to know more about this man. So as soon as he left, I decided to follow him, asking Melissa to cover for me. I trailed behind at a safe distance, my heart pounding. He walked with the same jerky motion, talking to himself. He led me to an old church, where he spoke something to the guard who laughed heartedly with him and patting his back. I decided to approach the guard.
Excuse me. Do you know that man?
The guard, an older gentleman, looked amused at my interest in the man. Oh, that's crazy Christopher. Mentally ill, poor soul. But his father left him a ranch and all. He used to be an affluent farmer, you know. But after his wife passed away in a tragedy, he became, well, cuckoo.
Oh my god. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to her?
No one knows exactly. Christopher was away and their daughters were at their grandmother's. His wife was alone in the hen pen when she suffered an attack or a stroke or something. Poor man. When he returned, he found his hen feeding off of his dead wife.
Oh my
He had
gosh.
broken his head that day. A cold dread settled in my stomach.
He has daughters?
Oh yeah, 6 of them. Pauline, then there's Rebecca, and, Cynthia.
Rachel.
She's a regular at this church, but haven't seen her in a while.
Oh no.
Blood drained from my face. I dialed 911 and prayed that what I was thinking was wrong. The police took him in for inquiry from the church and then stormed into the ranch later that day. What they found sent a wave of terror and grief across our small town. They found his 3 alive daughters tied up inside a barn, chained and malnourished. It took the officers 3 days to find and recover the remains of Cynthia, Rachel, and Pauline buried on the farm. They were his 3 eldest daughters. It was later revealed in the news that Christopher was seeing visions of his wife talking to him, increasingly convincing him that they all had to suffer the same fate as hers, to be together in the afterlife. After killing each daughter one by one, he fed them to a starving hen, and then killed the bird. Before
Oh my
carrying it to
gosh.
the KFC where I worked, asking for it to be made into burgers. No one had answers to why he wanted to eat those chickens only, but all his talking to himself made sense. He was probably seeing his dead wife. The whole episode made me sick, and I swore off chicken or any kind of meat after it all happened.
It's time to start my second life, the farming life that I wished for!
We're about
That was crazy.
Taking a job at the local KFC seemed like a good idea. I was 24, fresh out of college and looking for something to pay the bills while I figured out my next steps. The KFC was well known for its high turnover rate amongst employees, but it didn't bother me.
Bad
I
sign.
figured fast food jobs were always like that. Besides, the rumors of the kitchen being haunted were just silly superstitions to me.
People always make up stories to explain why they quit. It's probably just the late hours and the hard work.
One night, after I closed the KFC and was leaving for home, I spotted a woman sitting by the window, holding an orange umbrella. My heart skipped a beat. I thought I had locked a customer in by mistake. I quickly unlocked the door and rushed inside, but to my shock, there was no one there. The next night, I started my shift with a sense of unease. Everything seemed normal until odd things began happening. Pots and pans would fall on their own, making loud clattering noises that echoed through the empty kitchen. The fryer would turn on by itself, the oil bubbling and hissing without anyone even touching it. Cold spots followed me around, making my hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. One time, the walk-in freezer door swung open with a creak, even though I knew I had shut it tight. And then, as I went to shut it, the soda machine started dispensing drinks on its own, spilling liquid all over the counter. I tried to ignore the strange occurrences, focusing on my tasks. But that night, after closing up, I saw her again. The woman with the orange umbrella was sitting by the window. Only this time, she was staring directly at me.
Uh-oh.
Panic surged through me, and I rushed to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. Before I drove away, I saw in the rearview mirror, but the woman was gone again. The next day, I confided it all in my colleague, Mike. He was an older guy and had been working at the outlet for 3 years.
Mike, I keep saying this woman with an orange umbrella. She just sits by the window staring at me. It's freaking me out.
Hey, congratulations! Mrs. Margaret has chosen to present herself to you as well.
What?
Mrs. Who?
Look, you were always poking about why people leave this place so quickly, right? Well, you found the reason. He pulled out an old news article on his phone from 4 decades ago. It showed a picture of a beautiful woman with a big smile. The headline read, "Local businesswoman disappears on opening day of husband's restaurant."
Who is she?
Look at her hands. I did. To my shock, the woman was holding an orange umbrella. This place was built 4 decades ago. On the very day of the inauguration, the owner's wife, Margaret, disappeared. No one knows what happened to her. People say her spirit haunts this place, but she's harmless. Just ignore her if you see her. That night, as I locked up the outlet, I saw her again. I could see that her eyes were locked onto mine, but there was something about her that pulled me in. This time, as I unlocked the door and entered inside, she didn't disappear. She kept sitting there, still looking at me.
Mrs. Margaret?
As soon as I said her name, she got up slowly, and then without warning started floating towards the back of the outlet. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed her.
Mrs. Margaret?
She didn't respond, just kept moving silently. She led me to an old, defunct storage room and then vanished behind a wall. The next day, I told Mike and the other colleagues what I saw. We all decided to investigate. She hasn't done this before. If she's leading you somewhere, there's gotta be a good reason. We entered the room and I pointed exactly where the woman had disappeared. It was unanimously decided to tear down the wall. Mike and Jim brought out hammers from Jim's brother's truck, and before the opening hours, they started tearing down the wall. Soon enough, we found a small, hidden cavity behind it. One by one,
Her
we
body's
carefully
in
entered
there.
inside. It was covered in dust and cobwebs and a terrible smell.
Right,
But what I saw
Virtus?
next made me
I think he
scream at the top
killed
of my
her.
voice. In a corner, there was a skeleton, still wrapped in clothing from decades ago, and near its hand lay a dusty old orange umbrella, as if lost in time forever. Mrs. Margaret, apparently murdered by her husband and cleverly hidden away from the world for an eternity. Why? We'd never get to know. But since that day, Mrs. Margaret's ghost was never seen again.
Oh, that was sad. Why he kill her? Why he have to kill her? He didn't have to kill her. Not lost phone horror stories. That's gonna like give me huge anxiety. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, excuse me. McDonald's.
I was never a fan of dating apps, but after my last breakup, my friend suggested I try Tinder, saying that it would make my dating life alive and fun again. Flying around and swiping random guys left to right when one of the profiles really caught my eye. It was
Right, Trey. Yeah, people are crazy.
Taken, focused on the deep blue eyes of Ethan. Truth is not always what you see through your eyes, his bio read. Out of sheer curiosity, I swiped right. We matched, and eventually, our conversation led us to meet up, face to face. After some coffee at a place near my apartment, Ethan invited me for dinner at his apartment. As we ate dinner in the flickering candlelight, I couldn't help but admire Ethan's face. His emphasizing sharp jawline made my heart skip a beat. His Tinder profile hadn't captured the intensity in his eyes enough. There was a kind of manic hunger in them that sent a shiver down my spine. Yet, there was an undeniable
He look a hot ass
magnetism
mess.
about him, a darkness that repelled and attracted me. Our conversation flowed surprisingly well. We bonded over underrated art and banned literature. He spoke of his love for Edgar Allan Poe, reciting verses about love and loss with a chilling intensity. As the night progressed, Ethan suggested we move to his balcony. How about we get some fresh air? You'll love the view from here. I hesitated at first. The small, cluttered balcony felt oddly claustrophobic. But Ethan's smile, boyish and disarming, made me comfortable. The view from the balcony wasn't bad. The city lights below looked like scattered diamonds. But there was something very odd stuck in the air, making me wrinkle my nose.
Something smells meaty.
I commented, noticing a covered grill tucked in the corner. Ethan gave a creepy laugh, a hollow sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Just a little lamb burger, he said, his voice too casual. Family recipe, he whispered with a grin. He lifted the lid, revealing a sizzling patty. My stomach twisted. The lamb looked unnaturally dark, the edges grilled black. Suddenly,
Ariana Grande is inviting you and a friend to attend the premiere of Wicked. Enter the sweepstakes by checking your voter registration at headcount.org/Ariana. Don't miss your chance.
Suddenly, Ariana Grande.
I noticed something more on the patty. There was a long strand of blonde hair wrapped around it. I felt like throwing up.
Whoa. That doesn't look too good. Making me sick.
I mumbled, backing away. All of a sudden, Ethan's smile disappeared. His eyes narrowed, the charming personality replaced by a cold, dangerous gleam. I promise you'll love the taste of it. Just give it a try, Monica. The words sent a fresh wave of terror through me.
I don't feel well. I need to go.
No, you don't, he growled, grabbing my hand with surprising strength.
What are you doing?
I screamed, trying to free myself. Don't you see? He hissed. His expression was now a
Don't you see what?
And desperation. We were meant to be together.
At McDonald's?
The smell in the air intensified, desperate by sheer terror. I wrestled free. I stumbled back, tripping over a metal bucket that was resting in the corner of the balcony. It clanged loudly, revealing its gruesome contents. A bleached skull and several long bones. Ethan raged at me again. Monica, don't ruin the food! But this time, I was ready. With a rush of adrenaline, grabbing a metal spatula kept on top of the hot grill, I swung it at Ethan blindly. The thudding sound of metal on bone echoed in the night. Ethan fell to the ground, a choked gasp escaping his lips. I was staring at him, the spatula trembling in my hand. Nausea threatened to overwhelm me again, but this time it was mixed with a horrifying realization. The burger, the bones, Ethan's words, they all clicked into place. He wasn't just a psycho, he was a monster who couldn't handle rejection, and I was about to become another entry in his collection of discarded dates. Dazed and trembling, I ran to the lobby outside his apartment and called 911. The image of Ethan's twisted face and the gruesome contents of the bucket made my fingers tremble while dialed the call. Ethan remained unconscious until the police arrived. A group of them got inside his apartment while I was escorted out by the paramedics. But even amidst the flashing lights and concerned questions, I was not able to shake the feeling of fear. God, I was on a date with a cannibal. The following days were a blur. News reports buzzed with Ethan's arrest. The police had discovered a hidden room in his apartment filled with the remains of young women.
How many women is that?
Matched with Ethan on dating apps, each lured under the pretense of romance. As the only alive key witness, my story is a chilling testament to the monster who hid behind a charming facade. Yet, a part of my mind remained haunted. The lingering smell and those horrific laughs in my nightmares. The echo of Ethan's words. We were meant to be together forever. Served as a constant reminder of the night I danced with death on a balcony bathed in moonlight. My name is Liam, and I was always there for my brother David. He was once a brilliant chef, admired for his culinary prowess, but a series of personal disasters led him down a dark path. His son passed away from an illness, then his wife left him with half of everything. Losing his job was the final straw. He resorted to food for comfort and gained weight fast. Knowing that he was in a truly dark place, we rode the subway together almost every day, as I accompanied him to his therapist. The passengers always ridiculed him. He sat next to me, occupying more space than the narrow seat allowed, and people whispered and sneered. Some would laugh at his face.
That man over there with no shirt on again.
Others simply wanted him to stand. The words cut deep than any knife. I tried to shield him from the worst of it, but the damage was done. Each day, I saw him retreat further into himself. It's not fair, Liam. I used to be respected. Now I'm a joke. I didn't know how to comfort him. You'll bounce back, Dave. You just need time. But time wasn't a friend to David. His mental health deteriorated fast. He started hearing loud. He'd sometimes suddenly flinch and start looking around in panic, convinced that someone called him fat. I noticed the changes, the dark circles under his eyes, the way his hands trembled, the distant look in his eyes. His obsession with society's cruelty grew, festering like a wound that wouldn't heal. He became convinced that everyone was in on it, that the world was conspiring to push him over the edge. One evening, David didn't come home. I found him the next morning, huddled in an alley, muttering to himself. His eyes were wild, haunted. They're always there, Liam, mocking me, laughing at me. I scheduled an appointment with my therapist immediately. David walked back to his apartment to change. When he returned, his demeanor was somewhat different. He suddenly seemed calm, too calm. There was a chilling coldness in his eyes. He carried a large bag, which he clutched tightly. What's in the bag, Dave? All the answers.
Oh,
I
the
didn't press
answers.
further, a decision I would regret for the rest of my life. We boarded the subway during the rush hour, the car packed with people. David stood in the center, and I took a seat nearby since he wasn't able to squeeze there. I distinctively remember the look David gave me when he laughed about it. I was a bit too tired, so I started listening to music. But suddenly, he pulled a butcher's knife from his bag, one of his prized tools as a chef. The crowd recoiled in shock. People grew uneasy. David's face twisted into a mask of rage and pain. I've had enough of you people making me small. I am worth something, not a doormat people can kick on. The first thing was that the man who had
I
steered
think
me
we've
to the
seen this one
elevator,
before.
blood sprayed across the subway walls. Panic erupted. People pushed and shoved, trying to escape the confined space. I lunged towards David, but he was in a frenzy, years of pent-up rage fueling his attacks. I felt a searing pain as the knife slashed across my arm, blood soaking my sleeve. I collapsed against a seat, clutching my wound, helpless to stop the carnage. David couldn't see or hear me. He was consumed with rage. He moved through the car and carried on the carnage ahead. The smell of blood and fear was overwhelming. This is what you wanted, isn't it? To break me? Congratulations, society. You won. He took to a woman crouching close to him and struck her in the face multiple times. Two men jumped in to restrict him, but his big body fought through them easily, and then attacking them with the knife as well before moving to the next car. The authorities arrived at the next stop. They stormed the subway car, guns drawn. David didn't stop until they tackled him to the ground, subduing him with brutal efficiency. By then, the car was a scene from a nightmare. Bodies sprawled, blood pooling on the floor, and screams lingering in the air. David's eyes met mine as they dragged him away. For a moment, the madness cleared, and I saw my brother, the brilliant chef who had been consumed by his demons.
Welcome to the cutting-edge world of flight simulation. Today we're thrilled to unveil the pinnacle of home flight simulation technology.
He looked at me, tears mingling with the blood on his face. In the aftermath, 7 people were killed in the attack and several injured. The news labeled David a monster, but I knew the truth. He was a man broken by the cruelty of others, driven to madness by the relentless torment of society.
Yeah, we've seen that one before in another
thing. I was tired
thing.
and starving that snowy night. The road was a treacherous white blanket, and visibility was near zero. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Relief finally washed over me when I saw the neon glow of a McDonald's sign in the snowstorm. I pulled into the empty parking lot, parked my car, and trudged through the thick snow. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed with an irritating hum. The place was eerily deserted. Only 2 employees worked quietly in the kitchen. I shrugged off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine and walked to the counter.
All right, Trey.
A young man with greasy hair and a vacant expression took my order, and he barely acknowledged me as he punched in my meal. I found a seat by the window, the snowstorm raging outside. The heat inside made me feel slightly drowsy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I waited for my food, my eyes wandered to the corner of the restaurant, where a clown statue stood. It was a typical Ronald McDonald figure, grinning eerily with his oversized shoes and bright red hair. I shivered and looked away. Minutes later, I heard a sinister laugh echo through the empty restaurant.
Oh, hell no.
I turned my head up, but the 2 employees continued working as if nothing had happened. The laugh sounded again, this time closer, more menacing. I rubbed my arms, trying to ward off the chill that had settled over me. The lights flickered, and in the brief darkness, I saw the clown statue in a different position, its head tilted towards me. My heart pounded in my chest.
Did you guys hear that?
The employees didn't respond. They moved mechanically, almost if they were in a trance. I turned back to the clown, but it was in its original position. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. My food arrived, and I forced myself to eat, but the unease gnawed at me. Halfway through my meal, I noticed a message written in ketchup on my tray. Don't trust Ronald. My blood ran cold. I looked around, but there was no one else in the restaurant. The employees were still in the kitchen. I felt a presence behind me and spun around, but there was nothing there. The lights flickered again, and in the brief darkness, I saw the clown figure standing in the corner, watching me.
This isn't real. It's just in my imagination.
I whispered to myself, but the fear was real, tangible. I glanced at the window and saw the clown's reflection grinning wickedly, but when I turned to look, it wasn't there. My breathing became shallow. I was panicking. I had to get out of there. I stood up, my legs trembling.
It could not be me.
The restaurant seemed to close in on me, the air thick and oppressive. I stumbled towards the door, but before I could reach it, the employee stepped into my path. Are you okay, miss? You look like you've seen a ghost. His eyes were dark, almost predatory. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet felt like stone. He smiled, but there was something off-putting about his smile. If you'd like to accompany me back to the kitchen, I might have some extra chicken burgers for you.
No, thank you.
Something about his tone, his expression, sent a jolt of terror through me. I forced myself to speak.
I don't know. What's your name?
Come on, it'd be a shame to waste good burgers. I was hungry, so reluctantly I agreed.
Girl?
You're Teresa, right? I remember from the order.
Yes. And you are?
Ronald. Sorry, I forgot my tag today. My blood turned to ice. The message in ketchup flashed in my mind. I backed away, shaking my head. His smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating look. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I burst through the door, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. But I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I finally managed to unlock the door and threw myself inside, locking it behind me. I drove away as fast as the snow-covered roads would allow, not daring to look back. My mind raced, replaying the events in a nightmarish loop. A week later, the news broke. 2 employees at that McDonald's had been arrested for the murder of 3 women.
Oh my
Their bodies
gosh.
were found preserved in the freezer. One of the employees was named Ronald. The news confirmed my worst fears. I had been inches away from becoming their next victim. I like to believe that it was the spirit of one of the victims which saved me that day.
Ooh, a 4th story.
I
Okay.
thought Allie was just a bit weird, like everyone else in our grad program did. He had those odd tricks. He'd tilt his head and smile for no reason, his eyes darting around as if he saw something we couldn't. But no one ever guessed that beneath his pudgy exterior lay a monster waiting to be unleashed. It was a Friday night at Jenna's house. Her parents were out of town, so she threw one of her infamous parties. A bunch of us,
I'll be right back, guys. I think
program
we saw this one
gathered in
too.
her spacious living room. The atmosphere buzzed with the usual college party energy, a soundtrack of laughter and bad pop music blaring from the speakers. We were halfway through a round of King's Cup when the teasing started. It began innocently enough, with Rob making a joke about Allie's choice of seat, the only one that didn't creak under his weight. "Hey, Allie, at least the floor's got your back, right?" The room erupted in laughter. I chuckled along, feeling a bit guilty, but not enough to stop it. Allie's smile froze, and for a second his eyes went dark. I saw it, but I brushed it off as embarrassment. As the game continued, the jabs grew sharper. They picked on him, made fun of his eating habits, his size, the way he sweated when he laughed. Allie's face turned redder and redder, his fists clenching and unclenching. I should have said something, but I didn't. None of us did. It happened so fast I almost missed the start of it. Allie stood up suddenly, knocking over his drink. His head tilted in that peculiar way, and he smiled, a chilling, empty smile. "You think it's funny? Making fun of me?" There was an awkward silence. Then Jenna tried to laugh it off. He moved quickly, more quickly than I'd thought possible for someone his size. He grabbed a bottle from the table, smashing it against the edge, creating a jagged weapon. The first scream came from Becky when he slashed Rob across the face, blood spraying across the white carpet, and then chaos erupted. People scrambled to get away, but Allie blocked the door. His bulky frame couldn't be crossed. I saw my friend Greg try to tackle him, but Allie swung the bottle.
Okay, I'm back with a piece of
into
coffee
Greg's
cake. I
arm.
hope it tastes
Greg
good.
fell back, clutching his bleeding limb. My heart pounded as I ducked behind the couch, trying to think. Allie's rampage continued, his heavy breathing mingling with the cries and screams of our friends. He grabbed a lamp, yanked the cord from the socket, and swung it like a club, knocking down anyone in his path. I peeked out and saw Jenna lying motionless, her head bleeding. Becky cowered in a corner, her face pale with terror. Suddenly, Allie went out of his way and approached her. "Allie, stop!" My voice cracked, but it was enough to make him pause. He turned to me, that eerie smile still in place. "Why, Stuart, you want to turn?" I grabbed the nearest thing, a heavy glass ashtray, and hurled it at him. It struck his shoulder, but nothing happened. Becky took the opportunity to dash past him, but Allie caught her by the hair, yanking her back with a scream. I ran towards him, my adrenaline-fueled bravery pushing me forward. I didn't have a plan, nor was I thinking it through. I tackled him right in his big paunch. He fell to the floor, but he was strong, stronger than I anticipated. We struggled, punching, slapping, kicking. Soon, his fingers clawed at my face. I felt a sharp pain as he raked his nails across my cheek. Through the haze of pain, I saw Greg sneaking up behind Allie with a chair. With a desperate shout, Mark brought it down on Allie's head. The chair splintered, and Allie went limp, his eyes rolling back. Mark and I stood there, panting, looking down at the unconscious monster. Blood oozed from the various wounds he'd inflicted on us and our friends. The room was a war zone, the aftermath of Allie's psychotic break evident in the bloodstains and broken bodies. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and called the police, my voice barely steady enough to explain what had happened. When they arrived, the scene was brutal. Rob huddled in a corner, covering up his cut-up face. Greg had a torn arm. Becky and I suffered minor injuries. But Jenna, whose head he had smacked with a lamp, had stopped breathing. She was declared dead when brought to the hospital. Allie was captured for good.
Ooh, we get a fifth story.
It was the 4th of July. Our small town in Texas waited for it eagerly. My new boyfriend Chris and I decided to watch the town's fireworks from the hill. Perched atop it was an old abandoned mansion, which offered the best view around. It was rumored to be haunted, but a lot of couples our age sneaked there for some alone time. We packed a blanket, some beers, and started our hike up the hill just as the sun began to set. But to our surprise, we encountered the town's famous crazy loner, a man named Walter who lived in a shack near the top. The townspeople had many stories about him, none of them kind. Everyone was scared of him, to be honest.
Where are you two sneaking?
Just going up the hill to see the fireworks. Walter chuckled.
I know just the fireworks that go up there.
Sir?
But he just started talking to himself.
Deplorable. Look at what these kids have made of a great country like ours. Horrible, horrible and insensitive.
Let's go, Chris.
We exchanged uneasy glances and continued our climb. The mansion loomed ahead, its silhouette dark against the dusky sky. The place was in ruins, with ivy crawling up its sides and broken windows that stared out like empty eyes. We spread our blanket on the front lawn, but curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to explore inside. The air grew colder as we stepped through the creaking front door. The interior was musty and decayed, filled with the scent of old wood. But just as we moved through the dark hallways, we heard a distant wailing, like a woman crying. It echoed through the house, sending chills down my spine.
Did you hear that?
Chris nodded, his face pale. Maybe it's just the wind. We finally found a good view on the first floor, just as the sounds of fireworks began to crackle in the distance. Chris put the blanket down, and we grabbed a beer each. Cheers. But suddenly, the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor reverberated through the halls. We froze, staring at each other with wide eyes.
His hand is on her boob.
Curiosity got the better of us. We thought that there was another couple who had sneaked in the mansion and were getting naughty. It was a small town. Everybody knew everybody else. We thought it would be funny to jump in and find out who they were. We followed the sound to a large room at the back of the house, and as we approached the door, it became obvious that a woman was crying inside. Something felt really wrong. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the darkness, but without a doubt, I saw a figure move in the dark corner. As the fireworks went off outside, the light from them made us realize that there stood a pale woman, her eyes hollow and dark, wailing slowly. "Hey there, are you okay?" The woman remained motionless, and then in an instant, she vanished. The room grew colder, and the wailing returned, louder and more desperate. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my leg, looking down to see deep, bleeding scratches.
Girl?
Nowhere. That is when I saw the horror in Chris's eyes. We turned to run, but the door slammed shut. The lights flickered, revealing the woman standing right in front of us now, her face twisted. She reached out, and an invisible force threw Chris across the room, slamming him into the wall. He groaned, struggling to stand. I rushed to his side, my own leg throbbing with pain. The air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. We could hear maddening whispers all around us. Desperate, we stumbled through the house, trying to find an exit. As we rounded a corner, the woman appeared again, blocking our path.
I will fight
I felt
her.
a burning sensation on my arm, like icy fingers clawing at my flesh. Screaming,
Get
I
a girl.
lashed out, my hand passing through her as if she were made of smoke.
Please leave us alone!
But her wailing intensified. In a last-ditch effort, Chris kicked open the door and we ran as fast as our feet could carry us. As we neared Walter's shack, he stepped out.
You saw her, didn't you?
Who was she?
Margaret. She lived there with her husband and child decades ago. They say she went mad after losing them in a fire.
Chris and I exchanged a horrified glance. The reality reality of our encounter sinking in. We thanked Walter and hurried back to town, eager to leave the hill and its ghosts behind.
I didn't think they were going to do that. I didn't think that was about to happen.
I'm a psychiatrist currently residing in Michigan. Though I do adult counseling sessions, my expertise lies in children's psychology. And this happened last year when I visited my sister's house in Louisville, Kentucky. She lived there with her husband and my 7-year-old niece, Emily. My brother-in-law works in the Navy, so it's mostly my sister and her daughter. Emily has always been a happy, energetic girl. Whenever I would visit, she would run to me and hang like a sloth around my neck, making all kinds of demands. But this time, I noticed something strange. I was sipping the hot coffee when Emily's school bus pulled over. I was getting ready to get showered with pampering and soft giggles of Emily when she walked in with her school bag. She seemed strangely quiet and pale. She didn't even notice me and went straight to her room. "What's wrong? Did you scold her?" My sister answered no and began to cry. She told me how Emily had changed all of a sudden, that she always stays in her room, scribbling in her notebooks.
With Emily's dad overseas, I don't know what to do. Jacob, can you help me?
I've never seen my sister break down like this before. She had always been the strongest one in our family. I assured her with a hug that I'll look into the matter myself, that I'll talk to my niece. After dinner, I sat down with Emily in her room. I watched her take the life out of her black crayon to make never-ending circles on white paper. "You sure love to draw, Em?" She didn't look at me, just kept greasing the crayon more vigorously. I picked up a couple of her drawings to see what she scribbled. Unlike the usual vibrant chaos, this one particular drawing caught my attention. It was of a worn-out old house depicting a single barred window. By looking at the drawing, I got goosebumps. "Is this the house next door, Em?"
Yes.
When I asked my sister about this house, she said it had been abandoned for years and no one goes near it. That night, I woke up feeling thirsty and went to the kitchen to grab some water. While navigating to the kitchen, a faint whispering came to my ears. Curiosity tugged at me, so I followed the sound. It was coming from Emily's room. Pushing the door, I found Emily staring out her window and whispering creepily. I couldn't decipher what she was saying, but her small fingers went on making circles on the window glass. Her lips mumbled so fast that it seemed like my niece was possessed. Taking a few steps closer, I placed a comforting hand on Emily's shoulder. In a quick motion, Emily turned around. Her normally bright eyes were vacant white. Her pupils rolled back up into her head. A terrifying smile stretched across her pale face. And then just as abruptly, she fell on the floor. All of a sudden, she just fainted. My sister and I rushed to the nearest emergency room. At the hospital, Emily was burning with fever, her tiny body shivering. In her sleep, she just kept repeatedly saying,
I saw him. I saw him. The house. The house.
The abandoned house, Emily's drawings, her terrifying state, they all started to form a disturbing picture. Telling my sister to stay by Emily's side, I decided to take a look at the house next door. Something told me my answers would be there.
Come on. Skip the ad. Thank you.
A thick layer of cobwebs and dirt was covering the furniture, and any traces of life were lost. The air felt heavy with the smell of decay. I walked to the room upstairs, the one with the barred window. I pushed open the door while dust rained over me from the ceiling. Moonlight shined through the window, illuminating the room just enough for me to see clearly. And that's when my heart stopped. A woman's lifeless, pale body was
Oh
lying on
my
the floor.
goodness.
I couldn't see her face, but her lifeless, bony hand stood evidence that she had been dead for quite some days. I almost threw myself up and ran till I lost my breath. Once the cops arrived at the scene, they told us that the woman's name was Janine, and she had been missing for 2 weeks. Her parents said that she had ran away with her boyfriend from a frat party. It unfolded that her boyfriend brought her to this abandoned house in a heavily intoxicated state. The guy must have tried to take advantage of her. When she said no, he silenced her for life. After Emily got a little bit better, the cops questioned her about this house, and my poor niece broke down crying. Emily told the cops that she saw a man hurting a girl from her window a couple of days back. Eventually, the cops traced Janine's boyfriend, and my niece shifted back to her normal, cheerful self in no time. Sometimes it scares me how secretive kids can be, but then again, as adults, we must listen to them. Ugh, my phone was glowing like a haunted disco
I had to mute my
ball
mic for a
again.
second.
3 a.m., suffering from insomnia. I scrolled past the lame Insta stories and boring tweets until I saw this page.
Listen.
The Midnight Whisperers.
Shh.
Anonymous
It's giving
forum of
Pretty Little
unknown people.
Liars.
Without thinking much, I followed it and got an immediate request to join their community chat group. I was desperate for some late-night weirdos who understood the struggle, so I accepted. I
Why
got
she
an
look like
immediate
Sabrina?
text from this username, midnight_owl. The profile had
And why that look like Near
black letters, so I
Automata?
assumed she was a girl. You know how these days asking people's genders can be quite a risk. We hit it off with our similar
And why did her
music tastes, but
breasts
soon she started saying stuff that was
like fall to the side?
way too creepy and accurate. She knew my fave coffee order. Seriously,
Okay, a lot
I
of
remembered
these. Oh, so this is a compilation of a bunch of ones that they already posted, because a lot of these we've seen before, like just chilling, watching them. Let's watch some gym ones. These got to be new.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
Willow and I, knowing our prom was just around the corner, had sworn to each other that we would look our very best. It was this pact that we found ourselves in the gym, sweating it out through the circuits and pushing each other to just lift that little bit more every day. It became a routine with us, the girls at the gym, bonding time, as much as it was about filling each other in on the gossip of the day and toning muscle. The gym was a mix of regulars and newbies, all of us working toward our own goals. There was this one guy, Ben, who seemed to be there almost as often as we were. He was tall, with messy hair and an awkward demeanor. Now and then I'd look up and see him watching me in a workout or something, but every time I looked up, he would look away quickly. I shrugged it off as benign, gyms full of people who take sneak peeks at each other, are they not? Anyway, he didn't look like somebody to say something, so I didn't give it much thought. But then, one day, Willow had a cold. She texted me in the morning saying she was sorry for not making it to the gym. I almost thought I could skip it too, but the pouring rain outside
Bro's a
gave me
gym
not much
sale.
else to do after school. So I decided to stick to our routine and go alone. When I arrived at the gym, it was dead silent. The buzz of conversation that typically filled the air was replaced by the hum of steady rain and the sound of it splashing against the windows, metal weight against metal weight. I went upstairs into the women's section and realized by 5 p.m. that I was all alone up there. It was kind of creepy, but I enjoyed the privacy. I decided to stay a little longer, pushing myself harder than usual. When the squats were done, I moved on to the bench press. Usually, I would take 2 dumbbells and leave it at that, but today was going to be different. I wanted to make a point, so I used the bar instead. And, as expected, I started on the light side and went up from there. I was in the zone, focusing on my form and breath, when I realized someone had taken up a position by my feet. My heart missed a beat as I looked up to see Ben hovering awkwardly near the bench. But there he was, with the same nervous grin, and for a moment I thought about ignoring him, but he made a little small talk about the weather or some insane thing like that, and then asked if he could help me with the weights. It was not an uncommon sight for people to spot at the gym, so I didn't think much of it. I thought he was perhaps only being courteous and nodded, allowing him to stand behind my head as I gripped the barbell. Need a hand? He inquired, voice surprisingly steady.
Sure.
I replied, trying to keep it as casual as possible. Ben placed his hands on the bar and helped me lift it off the rack. It seemed fine at first. He added just a little more weight after every set of 5 reps, pushing me just a little farther than I was used to. But it was not an uncommon sight for people to spot at the gym, so I didn't think much of it. I thought he was perhaps only being courteous and nodded, allowing him to stand behind my head as I gripped the barbell. Need a hand? He inquired, voice surprisingly steady.
Sure.
I replied, trying to keep it as casual as possible. Ben placed his hands on the bar.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so she came here by herself.
When the squats were done, I moved on to the bench press. Usually, I would take 2 dumbbells and leave it at that. But today was going to be different. I wanted to make a point, so I used the bar instead. And, as expected, I started on the light side and went up from there. I was in the zone, focusing on my form and breath, when I realized I had taken up a position by my feet. My heart missed a beat as I looked up to see Ben hovering awkwardly near the bench. But there he was, with the same nervous grin, and for a moment I thought about ignoring him. But he made a little small talk about the weather or some insane thing like that, and then asked if he could help me with the weights. It was not an uncommon sight for people to spot at the gym, so I didn't think much of it. I thought he was perhaps only being courteous and nodded, allowing him to stand behind my head as I gripped the barbell. Need a hand? He inquired, voice surprisingly steady.
Sure.
I replied, trying to keep it as casual as possible. Ben placed his hands on the bar and helped me lift it off the rack. It seemed fine at first.
Looking like Wreck-It Ralph.
Just a little more weight after every set of 5 reps, pushing me just a little farther than I was used to, but nothing too extreme yet. I could feel the burn in my arms, the kind of pain that seemed rewarding for a good workout. Then it got heavier. The barbell felt heavier than anything I'd ever lifted and fought against my muscles.
You can handle it.
I told myself just one more rep, but as I let down the bar, my arms wouldn't push it back up.
Okay, I'm done.
I said, fully expecting Ben to be able to assist me as I racked the barbell. Instead, he added more weight.
Oh, shit.
And now his face was unreadable. Don't worry, I've got you, he said with his hands on the bar. We'll lift it together. An alarm bell rang inside my brain, and I really should have stopped. But I didn't want to look weak, so I let him guide me through another lift. My arms were shaking, and my breath was coming in short gasps when he did. So, Vinny, will you go out with me? He mumbled, and in a strange kind of intensity. I froze, my heart pounding for a different reason now.
No.
I managed to say, my voice shaky. I just wanted to get the barbell back on the rack and get out of there. And just as quickly as he held onto it, Ben let go of the barbell. The immediate lack of support was horrific. The weight came crashing down toward me, and I had to summon every ounce of strength to keep it from smashing my throat. Panic set in as my arms screamed in pain, unable to keep it up because I now realized I couldn't do it on my own. As I thought I had finally cashed out my chips, Ben grabbed the barbell and racked it. I screamed at him.
What were you thinking? Are you crazy?
He began laughing in a way that went through to my bones. Relax, Vinny, that was just a prank. He responded with a continued grin. No way I was gonna let you get hurt. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My whole body was trembling, not just from the workout, but from fear. This wasn't a joke. This was something else entirely. I didn't say a word as I quickly grabbed my things and bolted out of the gym. The rain outside was now a welcome cold shower compared to the heat of panic that had taken over. When I got home, I was still shaking. I told Willow everything, and she immediately wanted to report Ben, but I was terrified. What if he followed me and turned into some kind of crazy stalker? I couldn't risk it, so I begged her to let it go. We both knew the gym was off limits for me from now on. From that day on, I never went back to the gym. The memory of Ben and his terrifying prank still haunts me. I'm grateful that I'm safe, but I'll never forget the fear that I felt that night.
That is scary.
Moving from New York to a small town in Kansas was a big change. The pace was slower, the nights quieter, and everything felt, well, emptier. But I needed the shift, a new job, a fresh start. One thing I wasn't willing to give up, though, was my gym routine. I'm a gym freak, and I take my workouts very seriously. So, naturally, finding a good gym was my top priority. I found one that met my expectations, a modest place with all the essentials. It wasn't fancy, but it had the equipment I needed, and it wasn't overcrowded. Usually I'd hit the gym around 6 p.m., but one night I got stuck at work late and didn't make it until 11 p.m. The place was almost deserted, just like the rest of the town. Only one other person was there. An older man who must have been in his 50s, maybe even older. He was ripped. Massive biceps, broad shoulders, and a chest that looked like it had been chiseled out of stone. His hair was gray, and he had a beard to match. But it wasn't just his physique that caught my attention. It was the way he moved, with a confidence and ease that only comes from decades of dedication. I tried not to stare, but he caught me sneaking a look. "What are you watching over there, kid? Come on, spot an old man."
Oh,
I
Lord.
hesitated for a moment, then walked over. There was something about him, a kind of old-school charm mixed with a strange intensity that I couldn't quite put my finger on. "Sure thing. You got quite the setup here." He grinned and settled onto the bench press. I took my position behind him, hands ready to assist if needed. "Been at this for years. Competition, strict diets. No steroids, though. Be natural and you'll live a long life." There was a sincerity in his voice that made me believe every word. He pushed the barbell with steady, controlled movements, and I spotted him. After a few reps, he racked the weight and sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You got a good smile, young man. You have my blessings. Tomorrow's gonna be a good day for you." I didn't know what to say, so I just thanked him and finished my workout. Something about him lingered in my mind, though. He wasn't just fit, he was almost ageless, like he had discovered some secret to life that the rest of us were missing. The next day, I went about my business, but then, during lunch, something strange happened. A woman I've been locking eyes with at the coffee shop finally came up to me. She was flirtatious, her voice playful as she complimented my smile.
I've seen you around. You have the kind of smile that makes a girl want to know more.
What
We spoke for
kind of
close to
pickup
an
line
hour
is
and
that?
exchanged numbers. I was taken aback, but I remembered the old man's words from that night before. "Tomorrow's gonna be a good day for you." Was this what he meant? That evening, excited and curious, I headed back to the gym. I wanted to thank him to see if he had more of those cryptic predictions. But when I arrived, the gym wasn't empty like the night before. 3 other people were there, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. I approached one of the guys who looked like a regular. "Hey, do you know the older guy who works here? Gray hair, built like a tank?" The guy looked puzzled for a moment. Then his face paled. "You don't mean Daniel, right? Man, he was a legend around here, but he died a few years ago. Heart gave out while he was benching. Worried it up too much. What's this about?" I felt the blood drain from my face. "No, that's impossible. I just spotted him last night. We talked. He was giving me advice about staying natural, saying tomorrow would be a good day." The guy's expression shifted from confusion to something darker, something closer to fear. He didn't believe me at first, but as I described more details, his skepticism turned into genuine concern. Together, we approached the front desk and convinced the security guy to pull up the footage from the night before. My heart pounded in my chest as we watched the grainy black and white video. There I was, alone, entering the gym, going through my routine. No sign of the old man. Then it got weirder. The tape showed me standing by the bench press, talking animatedly to nothing. No old man, just me, alone, acting like I was spotting someone invisible. What the hell? As we watched in stunned silence, something on the screen caught our eye. The barbell, the same one I had supposedly spotted Daniel on, started to move, lifting slowly into the air on its own. It hovered for a moment, then dropped back onto the rack with a clang that made us all jump. The room was dead silent, the weight of what we had seen hanging in the air like a thick fog. I felt like I was going to be sick. I spotted a ghost? The gym was eerily quiet after that. The three of us stood there, staring at the screen, too afraid to move, too afraid to speak. The realization that I had spent the night working out with the spirit of a dead man was more than I could handle. I stopped going to that gym the next day.
Boy, first of all, that ghost didn't do nothing. That ghost didn't do nothing but help you. Now he gonna be acting all scared. That ghost was a helpful, friendly ghost. They like, oh, a ghost. It was helpful and friendly. Calm down. I'm still not over old girl talking about some, you've got the kind of smile that makes a girl want to know more. Like, girl.
February used to be the month I dreaded the most. The cold, the loneliness, and the constant reminders of love everywhere. It felt like the world was conspiring to rub salt in my wounds, grinning ruthlessly. But that February was different. I'd spent most of my life being the butt of every joke, the target of every taunt. Merry round Jemmy, the fat bald nobody took seriously. But it never really got to me because I had Stacy. She was my best friend, and the girl I secretly loved. Kind, sensitive, and beautiful. Stacy was a fairy. She had a way of making everyone feel special, and unlike everyone else, she saw the human in me. So, on that Valentine's Day, I finally mustered the courage to tell her how I felt.
You've been nothing but kind to me, Stacy.
I whispered.
I love you so much that it hurts to be just a friend anymore.
For a moment, she just stared at me, her eyes widening in surprise as I waited with bated breath for her shy yes. Then her face contorted in disgust.
Jemmy, I'm sorry, but I don't see you like that. You're great, but we can't be...
Her words hit me like a punch in the gut, and she kept plunging the knife even deeper.
Honestly, Jemmy, I never thought you'd think we could be more. I mean, look at you, and look at me. It just wouldn't work.
It was a deep sting, more than a bully's taunt ever was. I had mistaken things. Stacy was sympathetic. That was the moment I decided enough was enough. The next day, I signed up at a gym. My trainer, Mark Porter, was a caricature of masculinity. Broad chest, bulging arms, with the strangely skinny legs. He looked like a distorted version of Johnny Bravo. We kicked off right from the moment we met. Mark was quite verbal with his appreciation and encouragement, but it was never his words that raised the alarm. His touch lingered a little longer during adjustment. The unnerving intensity would always leave me panting and shivering. The way he smiled, with a hint of something I couldn't quite read. Everything about him made my skin crawl. I threw myself into the workouts, but the weight was stubborn. Frustration ate away, with Stacy's words playing on a loop, driving my desperation. One evening, as I wiped the sweat from my face, I overheard Mark's hushed conversation with a gym member. They were talking about a nectar, some sort of elixir for bulking. After my workout, I determinedly approached Mark. He winked with a knowing smile. I can get it for you, he said. 3 drops, twice a week, and let the magic unfold. Keep working out, though. The first dose felt like a revelation. I woke up the next morning feeling lighter, and the scale confirmed a slight drop. I went to the gym with a spring in my step, but as I worked out, I noticed something odd. Strange shadows twisted and warped at the edge of my vision. My head whirled. Mark was closer. His hands were reaching out to me. The air grew colder, and I heard a low, persistent buzz. Whispers began, voices murmuring my name seductively. I felt an unsettling pull towards Mark, drawn in by an inexplicable urge. Just as I was fisting his hair, the janitor arrived, breaking the eerie spell. We parted. I picked up my things and was about to dash out when Mark leaned closer. "Take a full tablespoon tonight," he mumbled. "We'll continue where we left off. If you get sick, I've got the cure." Despite my instincts screaming otherwise, I nodded. I went home.
Exactly
and
right. I
against my
need an
better
adult.
judgment, took a full tablespoon of the elixir. The next morning, I was met with my worst nightmare. My hair came out in clumps, my eyebrows were gone, and red rashes covered my skin. My stomach was in excruciating pain that left me unable to eat or sleep for 2 days, until I finally forced myself to see the doctor. The truth shook my whole existence. The elixir wasn't a weight loss supplement. It was date rape drugs.
Oh my
causing
gosh.
hallucinations that tricked my mind into thinking I was losing weight. Horror consumed me. Mark was a scammer. I reported Mark to the gym
And a
he was
molester.
fired, but he evaded legal consequences. I was too scared to press charges, knowing I'd be implicated for buying illegal substances. The experience left me scarred, but it also opened my eyes. Real change couldn't come from shortcuts. It had to come from within, slowly and steadily. I picked myself up, one step at a time. I started working out again, but this time for the right reasons. I needed to love myself before I could expect anyone else to. Stacy's rejection had been a harsh wake-up call. I realized that my worth wasn't defined by others' opinions, but by how I saw myself. As the months passed, I noticed real progress. Mark tried reaching out, but I shut all the doors. The weight came off gradually, but more importantly, I began to see myself differently. I no longer sought validation from others. Stacy's words still echoed in my mind, but they no longer held power over me. I had learned to forgive and let go of the past. Nowadays, I feel a sense of peace I hadn't known before. My reflection smiles back at me, a reminder of how far I've come. February will always be a reminder of my darkest moment, but also of my greatest triumph.
Oh, how sweet. She didn't have to say it like that. I mean, look at you and look at me. Like, it couldn't work. Like, the vibe. Like, yeah. She didn't have to be like that. She could just say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't see you like that. We're besties." But no, she just had to make it nasty. Okay, let's look at lost cell phone. Because I'm waiting on Trey to text me.
The buzz in my pocket was a constant companion.
That don't look like a pocket.
A comforting thrum against my thigh. Texts, emails, the occasional breaking news notification. My phone was the umbilical cord connecting me to the digital world. It held my entire life. Contacts, photos, work files, even that embarrassing karaoke video from college I swore I'd delete, but spoiler alert, I hadn't. So, when the familiar weight vanished from my pocket on that rainy Tuesday afternoon, panic clawed its way up my throat. My first thought was absent-mindedness. Maybe I'd left it at the coffee shop while getting my usual latte. But as I retraced my steps, a cold dread coiled in my gut. The bustling train ride, the long meeting, my phone had vanished. I thought I'll get a new phone tomorrow, but something far more sinister was waiting for me in the morning. I found a single sheet of paper on my doorstep. Did someone leave it last night? As I gave it a read, I got chills down my spine. Inside it, only 2 lines resided. The first one was a familiar phrase that I once casually mentioned to a friend in a conversation the day before I lost my phone. Salmon teriyaki for lunch, extra seaweed. Below it, scrawled in bold red, were the words, "Your phone knows everything, and now so do I." Fear clung to my chest. What the hell? Some creepy stranger has my phone. From that day onwards, I started getting these anonymous emails. Every single one of them served a punch to my gut. Sometimes it was details about a childhood crush I'd confided in years ago, the name of my first pet, the embarrassing karaoke song incident, and the list goes on. It was like the thief was living my life, holding my secrets hostage. I couldn't go to the police. How do you explain someone stealing your data and using it to stalk you? All I could do was get a new phone and inform all my friends and family about this incident. Still, the threatening emails didn't leave me be. It was then I reached out to Leo, my tech-savvy friend and resident computer wizard. Leo, a walking encyclopedia of tech hacks and troubleshooting, understood my predicament to me.
Ariana Grande is inviting you and a friend to attend.
They keep showing this Ariana Grande commercial.
Immediately. They've accessed your data, man. He confirmed, his voice tight with concern. But there's a chance we can track him. Then do it, dude. I want to know who this MF making my life miserable. Days turned into a blur
This
of
MF.
frantic searches and sleepless
No one
nights.
says that.
Leo, fueled by gallons of coffee and righteous fury, worked tirelessly. He used a combination of forensic software and what he called ethical social engineering to trace the digital footprints of the stolen data. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found a lead. A ping from a dilapidated apartment building located on the outskirts. The building reeked of neglect, the air thick with a sense of despair and loneliness. Leo's tracking device showed us that whoever had my phone was living in the last apartment on the second floor of this building. With a pounding heart, we stopped right outside the specific apartment and knocked on the door. A few minutes later, a gaunt man answered the door, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Before he could speak, I blurted, "That's my phone! You stole it!" Surprise flickered across his face, quickly replaced by a sneer. "Don't be ridiculous," he scoffed. I don't know you. Get lost." The man then tried to slam the door on our face, but Leo put his foot between the gap and stopped him. "We know what you've been doing. We have the proof." A flicker of fear turned the man pale. He lunged for the door, but Leo was faster. He shoved his shoulder against it, the momentum sending them both stumbling into the dimly lit apartment. A struggle ensued, a tangle of limbs and adrenaline. I lunged for a heavy book lying on a nearby table and smacked the man on the head, almost giving him a concussion. He finally gave up. When the sirens of cop cars wailed in the distance, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. We found out that the man's name was Arthur. He had a perfect life, a wife, and a young son. His wife got addicted to social media and neglected their young son. One day, the little boy, captivated by a flashing light, had wandered into the house's main circuit box and met a tragic end. The grief drove his wife to madness, and she left the house in the middle of the night. Arthur hasn't seen her since. Arthur, lost and broken, developed a twisted vendetta against the very technology that had stolen his family. He began stealing phones, immersing himself in the digital lives of his victims, hoping to terrify them into disconnecting, into cherishing the real world instead of the curated one on the screens. After the cops took Arthur away, I retrieved my phone, but the echo of, "Your phone knows everything," hung heavy in the air.
That was weird.
I checked into the small motel in Kansas, exhausted from my work trip. The neon sign outside flickered, casting an eerie glow over the parking lot. Room 23 was nothing special. A bed, a nightstand, a worn-out chair, and a Bible in the drawer. I tossed my bag on the bed and headed to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. That's when I saw it, a mobile phone lying on the sink. It looked like it had been there for a while, a bit dusty but otherwise in good condition. I couldn't resist my curiosity and plugged it into my charger while I took a dump. When I picked it up again, the screen lit up, and to my
Why do you have to
surprise,
say while I
it
took a
was
dump like
unlocked.
that?
This is weird. Who leaves their phone behind like this? I started flipping through the photos straight away. A beautiful girl with long dark hair appeared in every picture, always wearing a golden cross necklace. She was smiling in most of them, but something seemed off. The backgrounds were often blurred, and there was a strange shadowy figure in the corners of some images. It was getting weird, but it jumped to unsettling in the last picture, in which she held her tongue out and was almost licking a dead cat, which she held in her hands. There was a strange symbol drawn with blood on the wall behind her, probably a satanic ritual. That is when suddenly a woman's scream pierced the silence, making me jump. The phone screen glitched as well. My heart pounded as I looked around, but there was no one else there. What the hell was that? I shook off the unease and turned to the phone, but it wouldn't start. And automatically, the bathtub tab turned on. But as I approached
Oh,
the
hell
toilet,
no.
I felt like I saw a shadow move in the corner. I didn't think much of it, splashed some water on my face, and returned to the room. About an hour later, I was tucked into bed, had my laptop on, and was working on a presentation, when I looked up and what I saw made my heart skip a few beats. There, in the middle of the small motel room, I saw a shadow standing and watching me. I froze, couldn't even scream, but the shadow just turned and started walking towards the bathroom. I don't know why, but I followed, heart in my throat, and after it disappeared behind the door, I pushed it open. But nothing. The bathroom was empty. Okay, what did they mix in the water? I decided to take a break.
Eve.
You're not ready for it.
What do you do? I'm waiting to see what you do. Y'all saying all this good stuff, but all I see is flying spaceships.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them.
I guess it's, yeah, just spaceships.
And pulled out the Bible from the drawer. Maybe a passage would help calm my nerves. I opened it at random and found a highlighted passage, which was strange. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? As soon as I read, the room began to tremble. A woman's scream echoed in the room. I dropped the Bible and ran to the bathroom, knowing the source of the screams was there. This time, the sight made my blood run cold. The same girl from the phone was levitating above the bathtub, her face twisted. The golden cross was around her neck, glowing ominously. Blood poured from her mouth as she screamed, filling the tub below. I stood frozen, unable to move or look away. She plunged into the blood-filled tub and everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the bathroom floor. Everything seemed normal, the bathroom clean, and the tub empty. I thought maybe it had all been a horrible nightmare, but then I saw it. The golden cross lying in the bathtub. No way this could be real. I reached for it, the cold metal against my skin. A sense of dread washed over me. I had to know more about what happened to this girl, so I hurried to the motel office. The motel manager was an older man. I showed him the cross and asked about the girl. That belonged to Maria. She stayed here a few months ago. Sweet girl, always smiling, but something changed. She seemed scared, like she was running from something. One night, she just vanished. No bags, no phone.
Not she vanished.
But she painted some horrible things in the bathroom. I didn't want no trouble with the police, so I got it cleaned up. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I packed my things and left that very night. But along the way, I stopped my car, dug a hole by the roadside, and buried the phone there. I thought it was a satanic ritual which went wrong, but I wished her peace and left.
Some mysteries remain unsolved.
I felt when our teacher announced that Jill had passed away. It's been 5 years since. She was there one day, her bright smile lighting up the classroom, and then she was just gone. The official report said it was an accident, but something in me always felt it wasn't that simple. A few days after her passing, my friend Claire and I were wandering through the park near Jill's old house. That's when we found it. A phone, half buried in the dirt beneath a large oak tree. The screen was cracked, but it was powered on, and it shook us.
The wallpaper. Isn't that Jill's dog?
I think this is Jill's phone. We sat on a bench and went through it. We found videos that were dated the night Jill died. My hands trembled as I pressed play. The first video was shaky, showing Jill in her room. She looked scared.
Oh, hell no.
If anyone finds this, please help me. My dad.
next video showed something more disturbing. Jill's father, Mr. Hart, stormed into her room, shouting incoherently. He grabbed her arm and she struggled, pleading with him to stop. The look in his eyes was terrifying, pure rage.
We have to show this to someone.
The final video ended abruptly, Jill screaming as the phone hit the ground.
Oh my goodness.
My heart raced, a mix of fear and anger bubbling up inside me. Foolishly, we decided to confront Mr. Hart, hoping to get answers. We reached her house. The place
should have came to the
like a haunted
police.
mansion than a home. I knocked on the door and Mr. Hart answered, his eyes cold and calculating. Ah, Bill and it's Claire, isn't it? Donna's daughter?
Yes, Mr. Hart. We, wanted to pay our condolences.
He just nodded his head. We also found something. I think it's Jill's phone. His face twisted in anger. He lunged at me, snatching the phone from my hand. We know what you did. I have backups of the things that were in her phone. He grew pale. You have a day to come out with the truth. Tomorrow, we go to the police. You kids have no idea what you're meddling with. Get out before you regret it. Claire and I ran.
Uh-oh, Earth?
This is a World of Warcraft hardcore randomizer. All your abilities and talents are random, and you only get one life. Let's see how far we get. So you get to roll your first 4 abilities, and you can lock in the ones you want. Arcane Intellect and Arcane Missile seems good. Gonna lock in those. Healing Touch is a heal. That seems super useful. Mongoose Bite for melee attack after Arcane Missile seems good. Let's go. I'm gonna skip ahead. The first few levels are just killing fools. So I made it to level 10. This is where we get our first random ability and talent. Let's see what we get.
World of Warcraft.
Oh, it does nature damage. That's cool. Then our first talent, rank 2 out of 5, one-handed.
Not gonna lie, this is a game I would play. Wait, is this World of Warcraft? I think it is. This is a game I would play if I had someone to play it with.
Forward. We knew we needed to be cautious, so we shared our live location with each other, just in case. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the videos, Jill's terrified face haunting me. The next day, I was walking home from school when a van pulled up beside me. Before I could react, Mr. Hart jumped out, grabbed me, and shoved me inside. He put a cloth over my face, and then I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was tied in the middle of a dense forest. You should have stayed out of this, boy. He tied me to a tree, pulling out a knife. I struggled, but the ropes were too tight. You don't have to do this. It's the only way. The curse, it needs blood.
Oh my goodness.
If I sacrificed the blood of a virgin. But as it turns out, Jill was probably impure. You've always been a shy kid. I bet your blood would lift me from this financial depression. What? Have you gone mad? There are wolves in the world, and you gotta protect yourself. You killed your own daughter because some shaman said so? Don't speak ill of him. He speaks to the wolves. Don't make this worse, Mr. Hart. Don't do this, please. But he moved ahead with his knife, uttering to himself. Strike to the heart, 2 twists. The birdies will LARP, crush misfortunes and mists. He approached closer while I begged and screamed at the top of my voice for help. But who would even know of my presence in the middle of nowhere? He touched the cold blade to my neck and just stared at it like a madman, looking at where to cut. I closed my eyes and yelled for one last time. But just as he raised the knife, bang, bang, 2 shots were fired. One hitting the tree close to my head and the other hitting him in the leg. He went down instantly, and to my relief, I saw policemen emerge from the woods with urgency, followed by Claire and her and my parents.
Oh my
I broke
goodness.
down immediately and cried, while the police rushed to untie me and arrest Mr. Hart. This was our plan all along. Bait Mr. Hart. I became the victim. Claire had seen my location stop moving and called her parents, who alerted the authorities. He was taken away. Later, during interrogation, he confessed everything. He believed his family was cursed, unable to achieve financial freedom. A shaman convinced him that a blood sacrifice of a virgin was the only way to break the curse. He never liked Jill since she was a stepdaughter, and while her mother was away to Africa working as a missionary, he drowned her in the
Oh my
bathtub
gosh.
and faked it as an accident. We never know how many sick people are walking among us. 5 years on, I still think about that day sometimes, wishing peace unto Jill's spirit.
That was crazy. Okay, so we're gonna head back over to Resident Evil while we're waiting on Trey. So let's go back to the newsroom. Back to the newsroom. We're gonna play some more Resident Evil. I didn't delete the game, did I? Okay, hold on. It should pop up. Hold on. Capcom. Yep, there it is. Gonna jump back in, shoot up some more zombies, have some. Where are the other zombies? Maybe they're back this way. Nope. Is this a bug? Oh, never mind. That one got him. Oh. Yeah. Oh. This song goes hard, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. Did it. Hey. We did it.
Mission complete. Yes, all medallions.
reach the goal. Ooh, I like reach the goal ones. They're fun. Gotcha. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Come to mama. Oh, that's not how. There we go. Oh. Oh. Ah. Is it gonna drop something? Cut it open. Ooh. No, got it. I want to do this. Girl, do this. Oh. Gotcha. Gotta sleep soon. Sorry, stream wanted to say hello. Glad you survived the power outage. Thanks, Rise. How are you tonight? Oh, I ain't got shit else. Hopefully I can just run past and make it. Yes. Oh, you bitch. I escaped. I did it. I got out. Oh, I got the burpees. I got the burps.
Mission complete.
Ooh. But yes, Raz. Oh my gosh. The whole city went out. That's really freaking gross. Pop the zit, damn it. No, ew.
¿La puedo levantar? Sí. Ay, perdón.
Hey, Lunar.
Lunar just transported 4 viewers to the sweet steno dimension.
Hey, Lunar. Thanks for the raid. How are you?
No se logró. Espérese, espérese. Vamos a intentarlo, vamos a intentarlo.
Oh.
No, no, no. No, no, no. De nada.
Oh. What? Ew. Ew. What just happened? Oh, that. Ew. Yeah, it still says just chatting because I'm waiting for someone. Whoa. Because that's mainly what we're doing. We're just chatting. This is Resident Evil Revelations 2. Ew. Ew, I didn't know you were behind me. Yeah, with Claire and her cowgirl outfit on, it'd be pretty hard to recognize. Can I? Come on. You bastard. Really? That's too far away. Here we go. We did that ish. We did it. We did it. He said, what generic zombie sexy girl game is this? That's what it was looking like, the game of Annie for a second. Which, by the way, I need to get back into that. Ooh, I burped. I want Chris though. Why don't we have Chris? What can I unlock him? Like there's unlockable characters here. Hold on. Let me look it up. Resident Evil Revelations 2. Why I'm looking like, why is his mouth opening like that? Resident Evil Revelations 2. Unlockable. See who we can unlock. What sounded deep? Okay, showing me Claire's other outfits. Characters: Claire, Barry, Gina. Okay, we get Chris from getting 30 completion medallions. I don't know how many completion medallions we have. We have damn near 30, I would think. I would think we have damn near 30. So, okay, so we have 17. No, we have more than 30. So I don't know what that's about. I remember this level. Oh, get off. Oh. Trying to see if I can go up here. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Get off, get off, get off. Where y'all coming from? Girl, reload the gun. Oh. Get off. Ugh. Will somebody get this thing? This is not good. Yeah. Oh, oh, can I revive? Yes. Oh, I could have been shooting you. I'm out of here. Wait, no, I can take this. Get off, get off, get off. Huh? Let me out of here. I was like, let me out. Ooh, we got toolbox access. We got toolbox access.
Second stage cleared. Don't worry, I'm just collecting every little thing about you and sending that data to my central servers. Oh, too intrusive? But how else are we going to get to know each other? Now go out there and entertain me.
Well, she had a lot to say now, didn't she? Upgrading beyond limits, yeah. Oh. What's this? Purchase. Is that a stronger handgun? Clear campaign mode. Clear the campaign, clear raid mode. Attain 20 or more completion medallions. Oh, completion medallions. So, oh, completion medallions. So that's complete 20 or more stages. So we currently have done 12. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wait, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Why didn't we get any more of these medallions? Bitch. Woo. Oh, my toes. Come to mama. Oh. No. I remember this area from Resident Evil 6. Where are you guys? Oh. That is so gross. No, oh. Got them all. Got them all. Hey. Got all the asses. Ooh, not me burping again.
Mission complete.
You have 30 more medallions than someone else. I only need 2 more. No, I need way more medallions. Recommended level 10. Let's try hard. I'm scared. The other 4 medallions at once in order for them. Claire, not your titties bouncing. Gross. Get off. Yo, not me freezing too. hardcore. Hmm. Gotcha. Got it. No, 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 go. I'm gonna have to just leave. They're too. I don't have any guns. Run, Claire. Girl. I'm just like, I just gotta leave. I don't have no guns. I'm messed up. Woohoo!
Follow me.
Let's go. Okay, yeah, this gun is much better. Mm. Get him. Yeah. You're doing some build work in The Sims 4. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Ah. Okay, where are these other guys? There you are. Where are the rest? Will they come when I open it? Yep.
Glitched_doll just transported 2 viewers to the sweet steno dimension.
Hi, Glitch. Thanks for the raid. How was Genshin?
Why did I just... I don't know. It looked like a big ass spider. Oh, we finally continue. Complete episode 2. That was a long ass episode.
Glitch, you got to play that game again because that one never made it to YouTube. We watched some more spooky stories. Then we just headed back over to Resident Evil. I'm waiting to see if Trey still wants to play. Content warning. The Last Door, yeah. That one never made it to YouTube. You got to play it again so you can put it on YouTube. Or just play it again in general because I missed a lot of it and it didn't get saved. Or is it on YouTube? Did it make it on YouTube? Maybe I missed it. Oh, my booty itch. My booty itch. You said that game was so boring. I thought you liked it. Yay, Yoda. So we got Claire to level 10. Let's change. Clear campaign and clear raid mode. Who is that? If you got to clear the whole raid mode. So 5, 10. That'd be 15. Glitch said it was bearable. Bearable it was. Oh. Help. Oh, the nest. Oh, not me shooting at nothing. Oh shit. Nasty. So you're still on. You can only chat for a small bit before work. What time is it where you are? Or do you work late at night? Yeah, Ty Star Blue, do you work late at night? I need to go back and start re-listening to your audio series. Have you ever thought of making a visual novel? You've got the equipment for it. That didn't do jack crap. Oh. Get your dirty hands off. Oh. I have to heal. You work nights. Oh, you don't have an artist right now for that? Did you draw the art that I see on your YouTube channel? That was an artist. Oh. That's not how I wanted it to go. That was all commission. You and that artist don't work together anymore. Aw, I like that art. Oh my gosh, what the hell? Just parted ways. I hope it wasn't I mean, you don't have to say so if it was. That'd be me getting all up in your business, but I hope it wasn't under bad terms. Did it. Hey. May need to find someone before doing book 2 since I never got 3 important characters. Oh, okay. Well, we do have a few artists in our circle. I know Lunar is an artist. My artist obviously is an artist. I have another artist who I get sometimes. Yeah, we got some artists over here. Oh, my boy. You looked at mine and he's a little too expensive for me. I have another one who's much cheaper if you're looking for much cheaper. Do you have Discord? I could send him to you on Discord. Lunar Salmon Novus artist. Yeah, I joined your server. Yeah, I'll send you. I have one more, another artist who's kind of similar. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there's another artist I know that's kind of similar. And then there's another artist I know who I get stuff from him sometimes. And he's really, really cheap. But I haven't talked to him in a while. I'd have to try to hit him back up, see if he's ready. Luna said, guys, I need new DLC for The Sims. I'm lacking in stuff. Lunar, I'm lacking everything. I don't even know what packs I have currently for The Sims. Like, I really don't. But yeah, Ty, just send me a Discord message. I'll let you know who all I have in rotation. Now, there was another artist I had that was, he did one thing for me. And because of the stuff he posts on his Twitter, which I'm not going to share his name, we had a discussion. I was like, would it be okay if, you know, you don't post my stuff? And he was like, no, I completely understand. So unfortunately, he had something very tragic happen to him and he has possibly left the internet. He sent me a message on what happened. We talked a little bit. I hope I helped him a little bit, but he was another really good artist, very inexpensive, very cheap. But I got a few artists in my corner. I know Yesay, he can be a bit more on the expensive side. But oh, I forgot to mention, as far as that artist, Yesay, we are planning a raffle. Probably sometime I think maybe either in October or December, we are going to be planning a raffle. So whoever wins gets free art from him. So that's something. You'd like to get a replacement for Tyler at least, maybe Riker and Noel too. Gotcha. That artist that did that stuff for you is really, really good though. I really liked it. I really like how that looks. But yes, we are planning a raffle. So someone's gonna get some free artwork. And I'm planning on it being like the just like a full detailed drawing, if that's what I'm able to do. So yeah, look forward to that. Look forward to the raffle. It's gonna be fun. You sent a DM? All right, I'll look at it. I'll reply to it when I get off stream. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk about artists. What was I doing? Yeah, I want Chris. I was just sitting here like, I want Chris. Like, so fucking bad. I'm playing Resident Evil Revelations 2. But this is the raid mode, not the story mode. So we just run around shooting shit. Where am I? And we got Claire in her cowgirl outfit because she's that bitch. But Glitch, did you do any summons in Genshin? You get any characters you wanted? What the fuck? In the classroom, bitch. Whore. I don't want a hug from you. They take you to the pity. Not the pity timer. That's that shit that Shining Nikki was doing to me the other week. By the way, I need to get back into playing Shining. I need to get more memory on my computer because my phone just sucks at playing games now. Like it just, I don't know. I need a new phone. But yeah, like literally I was playing Shining Nikki and that pity timer was on my ass for one outfit that I really wanted. I hear somebody moaning and groaning. Daddy, I'm moaning for you. Daddy, I'm moaning and groaning for you. Daddy, I'm moaning for you. Daddy, I'm moaning and groaning for you. At least I think that's how that song go. Oh, Oh, I like this song. It's moody. Ew, ew, ew. Get your nasty hands off me. Oh, now I'm the penis. Oh. So I need to get my songs checked, Lunar. No. Oh, hell no. I'm the teacher today. Class in session. Glitch. I can't remember. Did you finish Lollipop Chainsaw on stream? Did you finish Lollipop Chainsaw Repop? Oh. Oh, you gotta do the last battle, that lackluster, anticlimactic last battle. Hmm? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's let's do it again. In the butt. What? In the butt. What? In the butt. Ooh. But yeah, I'm sure you remember what battle I'm talking about, right, Glitch? It was very lackluster. I really don't know why they ended the game off like that. At least you get the choice of 2 endings. Depending on if you save everybody. Of course. No! Revive me, damn it. That was nasty. Oh yeah, you remember. I don't know why they ended it off like that. That was. Oh, I got him all. Oh, no. Lollipop Chainsaw was like my favorite game when it came out, but it was like shortly after I played One-Chanbara. And I was like, oh, this game's kind of better. Not better in aesthetic. Because I prefer the aesthetic of Lollipop Chainsaw, but the gameplay of One-Chanbara, I was like, oh, this is so much better.
Mission complete.
Okay. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I've been streaming for 5 hours, guys. I was not even planning on being up on this long. Ooh. What we do? Oh, we getting to the end. Let's go. Oh, hell no. Something about those things blowing up is oddly satisfying. Ew. That was just oddly satisfying for some reason. You were supposed to get blown up. Make him re-dead. Where the hell did you come from? That'll take. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Just gotta stab him. Stab him up. Did it. Get it. We did it. We did it. Not me burping again. I got the burps. Glitch. I got more recording ideas. I think we should record a reaction to spooky stories. That would be fun. Because some of those do send me quite far. Combine parts. You're down. Awesome. Because like I said, they send me. Like I ascend. Quite literally. We're seeing like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Like the ones we were watching today. Oh, this is a good gun. This one is good. Oh. You're back from the movie. How long have I been streaming? Oh, you're ready to play? Ooh, I've been only on, how long have I been on? 5 hours? Yeah, I can still do it. If you'll get ready, this match shouldn't take long. But yeah, if you ready up, I'll be ready. Which movie did you see? Huh? Yeah, I hate it on Snapchat. Sometimes I can't tell if someone is sending me a message or if they are just posting a snap. Oh, it was Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Okay. On here watching Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Yeah, where are these monsters? Where are they? Yeah, I don't know why my roommate keeps coming in and out of the room, in and out of the room, in and out of the room. I'm like, if you don't sit your butt still somewhere. Oh. Said my roommate, yeah, he does. I'm like, why you keep coming in and out, in and out, in and out? What are you doing? Bitch. Where's this other guy coming from? I can hear him, but I can't see him. Gross. Getting ready. Awesome. Give me that memo. Ooh, more Magnum ammo. Where is this guy? Oh, ew. There he is. Ooh. You bastard. You bastard. Wow. Oh, Claire, girl. Oh. Oh, damn it. Why do these zombies have to have a shield? Ew. So this game is hard. Your shooting is crazy. No. Got it. Let's get out. All right, Trey is ready, y'all. Okay. Finally, time for the main event.
Mission complete.
Okay, so we are going to go back to our newsroom. Content warning, we are starting it up. So let me change this game. Oh, I cannot spell content. Warning. Say at Trey Pixels. Okay. All right. So, studio mode, game. Switch the game to content warning. Okay. Trey, are you in the Discord? There you are. Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I forgot that you. Okay. Because my thing wasn't acting right. Oh my goodness, that game was awesome. I have to play
Thank
that.
you. So how do we do this? Do we do play with friends? Because I think we are friends on Steam.
Yeah, I believe so. So let's try it out. Also, oh my god, let me put my damn auto screen more. Yes, here we go. Okay. And I think everybody can hear you on my end.
Yay.
I'm not sure. Is it on this? Oh, you know what? Okay. Let me see if I can. I think it's under system.